Chapter 1732. A new place means a new opportunity. Little Rice Dumpling wants to make a breakthrough. Today I'll continue to explode. Chernzong did not know how long he had been cultivating. His method of calculating time was different, which more or less interfered with his accuracy. Therefore, it felt like half a year had passed in the Tianyuan sacred region. Finally, his cultivation had returned to the level of his original body. Heaven and Earth execution was a cultivation method that focused on cultivating qi while also cultivating the body. It was very mysterious and powerful. However, Chernzong also realized that it was not really cultivating the body. For example, his original body cultivated the non-li quenching jade technique. The strength of his body had always been there and was very strong. However, Heaven and Earth execution integrated the black energy into the body, seeping into the bones and muscles to strengthen the body. Once the black energy was exhausted, the body would return to its original level. Strictly speaking, it was not really cultivating the body, but it achieved the same result through different means. The black energy was called the Earth element energy, and the white energy was called the Sky spiritual energy. The Earth element energy was heavy, vigorous, and domineering. The Sky spiritual energy was light, swift, and boundless. The first level of Heaven and Earth execution was to cultivate the Sky spiritual energy and the Earth element energy. Although he had come down with his consciousness and reformed his body, his powerful divine consciousness still existed. It came with his consciousness. In addition, he had a deeper understanding of the state of freedom, which was better than many people. Therefore, his application of the Sky spiritual energy and the Earth element energy was better than many people. The second level of Heaven and Earth execution was to deepen the Sky spiritual energy and the Earth element energy, making them stronger. The third level was the same. There would only be new changes at the fourth level. Chernzong had already comprehended the mysteries of the first three levels of Heaven and Earth execution. After a period of cultivation, not only did he raise his cultivation base to the same level as his main body, he also completely grasped the first three levels of Heaven and Earth execution. The power of the third level of Heaven and Earth execution was purer and stronger than that of the first level. The strength of a cultivator's fundamental power was not only closely related to the level of his cultivation, but also to the level of his cultivation method. Since his cultivation had returned to the level of his original body, it would be more difficult to improve further. After all, it was limited by the level of his cultivation method. The level of his cultivation method had a great impact on whether he could break through to a higher level. Chernzong estimated that the third level of Heaven and Earth scripture was about the same level as the 30th level of Taichu's sword energy technique. Inside the pavilion, Chernzong opened his eyes. A wisp of black and white intertwined and spun before shooting out. Chernzong stood up and walked out of the room. It was time to check out other places. The Mirage Battle Tower. However, Chernzong still needed to find out where the entrance to the virtual realm was. The best person to ask was undoubtedly Yang Guan. "I'll take you there," Yang Guan said excitedly. If low-level and mid-level newcomers want to enter the Mirage, they must go to the Heaven Execution Hall. High-level and king-level cultivators can enter from their own war pavilions. This was also the difference in treatment. After all, those who had reached the higher ranks were considered worthy of being groomed, while those in the middle and lower ranks were more casual. But here, even if it was a low evaluation, in a place like the Linwu sacred world, they would be at the very top. They would be peerless geniuses who could dominate an era. They would be existences close to peerless monsters. If Chernzong had not been so forgetful and missed a lot of cultivation time, his evaluation would not have been so low. Of course, another reason for his low evaluation was that Chernzong's age was relatively older. After all, the Linwu sacred world was a relatively ordinary world in the universe's void. Because of the invasion of the Void's evil demon army, it led to changes that affected the laws of heaven and earth. Ordinary people would not be able to feel this effect, but it was very direct. It would affect everyone in the world and limit their growth. It was difficult to raise a true dragon in shallow water. This principle was applicable everywhere. The Lord of Heaven and Earth also felt this point. Therefore, he planted some seeds of hope. Chernzong, on the other hand, was one of the beneficiaries. The Earth Initial Hall was the place to test newcomers, while the Heaven Execution Hall was the place to connect to the virtual realm. The Earth Initial Hall was completely black, while the Heaven Execution Hall was completely white. It was like a cloud that had been floating for tens of thousands of years. The Heaven Execution Hall was very, very big. There were octagonal objects arranged in all directions. They were about 3 meters tall and 1 meter wide. There were many patterns on them that were densely packed and crisscrossed. They looked very complicated and mysterious. Brother Chen, look, that's the virtual cabin to enter the virtual realm. In the center of the virtual cabin, a red light means that it's already occupied. A green light means that it's empty and you can enter. Yang Guan pointed at the neatly arranged virtual cabins and introduced, before entering the virtual cabin, take out the worldly token and place it in the groove. Then, you can enter the virtual cabin and enter the virtual realm through the virtual cabin. Thank you, Chenzong said. He and Yang Guan each found an empty virtual cabin, took out the eternal worldly token, and placed it in. The cabin door opened and Chenzong stepped in. The cabin door closed automatically, and the green light in the center turned red. As soon as Chenzong entered the cabin, he felt as if he was lying down. It fit perfectly, as if it was tailor-made for him. It was incomparably comfortable. It was so comfortable that he felt as if he had returned to the time when he was a fetus. It was peaceful and quiet. Unknowingly, he fell into a deep sleep without any resistance. Suddenly, Chernzong woke up, but he discovered that the environment he was in had changed. It was a white void, and beneath his feet was a black altar. Immediately, a transparent panel appeared beside him. On it was a list of Chernzong's personal information. For example, his name was Chernzong, age was 10, and the test results and final evaluation of the initial Earth Hall were all clear at a glance. There was also a column for his level in the virtual realm. He was a level 1 warrior. There was also a column for his battle record, which was 0. The column for his wins and losses was also 0. The highest winning streak record was also 0. This information could be seen by anyone. Then, Chernzong had more choices. One was to watch the battles, which meant that he could directly watch other people's battles. However, for this kind of viewing, one could enter at will, but for others, one had to pay his battle record. The other was to watch the battles that had already taken place. Usually, the battles of some relatively famous people would require him to pay his battle record. The amount of battle record he had to pay was closely related to the reputation and strength of the combatant. The third was to participate in the battle. It was very straightforward. It was to participate in the battle by oneself. This kind of participation did not require him to pay his battle record. He would be matched with random opponents. It was also divided into the Battle of the Division and the Battle of the Fort. The fourth was to challenge anyone. It required him to pay his battle record. The opponent had the right to choose whether or not to accept the challenge. Chernzong was not in a hurry to participate in the battle. Instead, he chose to watch the battle without paying his battle record. After he made his choice, countless black and white lights flashed in front of him like flowing light. Immediately, he heard people's voices before he could see their figures. In front of him was a valley that was not very big. The valley was barren. There were no plants, only sand and stones scattered around. 2 figures appeared in the valley. They were hundreds of meters apart and faced each other from afar. Countless figures appeared in the void around the valley. They were like overlapping illusory existences. They were the people who were watching the battle. Chernzong was among them. Chernzong could see the information of these two people when he focused. Both of them were at the battle soldier level. However, one was at the third stage of the battle soldier level, while the other was at the fifth stage. The battle soldier level was the lowest level in the eternal battle fort. It was divided into 9 stages, and their strength was at the demigod level. Therefore, the level of a battle soldier was closely related to their battle record. A battle record of less than 1,000 was a first-stage battle soldier. A battle record of less than 2,000 was a second-stage battle soldier. So on. A battle record of between 8,000 and 9,000 was a ninth-stage battle soldier. Chernzong's battle record was 0. Therefore, he was a first-stage battle soldier. The battle began. These two people both cultivated the worldly execution. One used a saber and the other used a spear. Both the saber and the spear were black and white. It could be seen that the strength of these two people was about the same. The battle was very fierce. Chernzong's pupils shrank. He was secretly shocked. This was the first time he had seen a battle in the eternal battle fort. It was indeed extraordinary. If this level was placed in the Tianyuan sacred region, there would be few opponents among the same generation. Were there many people of this level in the eternal battle fort? If so, Chernzong felt pressure just thinking about it. The pressure was as heavy as a mountain. However, Chernzong did not feel afraid. Instead, he felt excited. Opponents were hard to find. Although there were many people who were stronger than him in the Tianyuan sacred region, they were stronger because they had cultivated for a longer time than him. Therefore, their battle strength was higher than his. Among the same generation, except for the Taishan Holy Sun, it was hard to find a match for him in the entire Tianyuan sacred region. It was even unknown whether the Taishan Holy Sun was a match for him. However, in the eternal battle fort, there were many geniuses who were at least at the level of the Taishan Holy Sun. They could all be his opponent. How exciting! Chernzong's heart was pounding with excitement as he watched the battle. At first, it was just a test, but soon, it became more intense. Whether it was saber techniques or spear techniques, they were all exquisite. Chernzong was excited. He used his powerful divine thoughts to imagine himself fighting against them and how to deal with them. After fighting for a while, one of them gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. Suddenly his aura changed. One could see that there were traces of silvery light in his eyes. As it flickered slightly, his entire person became different. The freedom state. Chernzong thought. Although Hua Ji had said that there were many people who had mastered the freedom state in the eternal battle fort, Chernzong was still surprised when he saw it with his own eyes. The freedom state was an unfathomable state. In the entire Tianyuan sacred region, perhaps only he had mastered it. Even if there were others who had mastered it, it would be very rare. However, it was common in the eternal battle fort. This was the difference. The difference in foundation. The difference in height. But then again, it was normal. The Tianyuan sacred region or the Lingwu sacred world was just an unremarkable world in the universe. However, the eternal battle fort was one of the top forces in the universe. It had gathered the elites of countless worlds. As soon as he entered the freedom state, his battle strength increased greatly. He turned the tables and gradually gained the upper hand. His opponent also entered the freedom state and gained the upper hand again. In the end, he defeated his opponent. Chernzong could not suppress his desire to fight. He immediately exited the spectator mode and chose to participate in the battle. Currently, he could only choose to participate in the battle. Chapter 1733. Second update. The ethereal realm was connected to the entire eternal fortress, but it was also divided into 3 regions, which were directly related to the 3 branches of the 3 rulers. Chernzong had the eternal token of heaven and earth, so he naturally belonged to the branch of the Lord of Heaven and Earth. Therefore, he would be participating in the battle in the Lord of Heaven and Earth's area. Only after achieving a certain result would he be qualified to participate in the battle in the Eternal Fortress. The black and white light flashed before his eyes and finally stopped. Then, it slowly dissipated. A door appeared in front of Chen Zong. The door was flowing with black and white light. He didn't know where it led to. Chen Zong took a deep breath and took a step forward. He stepped into the black and white door, and when he stepped out, he appeared in a large circular arena. The arena was completely black. It was so black that it was deep. It was filled with a vigorous aura. In front of him, a black and white door opened and a figure walked out. Chen Zong suddenly understood. According to Yang Guan, one could freely choose the environment to participate in the battle. As for how to choose, it was randomly assigned to both parties. This time, his opponent must have been given the choice to choose such an arena. The environment had a great influence on the battle. It could even decide the outcome. However, Chen Zong's adaptability was very strong. Moreover, there was nothing special about this arena. Perhaps there wouldn't be any benefits, but there wouldn't be any restrictions either. Chen Zong sized up his opponent. It was a young man with a strong body wearing black armor. His eyes were as cold as a wolf's. It was as if he was examining Chen Zong as his prey. His opponent's consciousness also came here. Although it wasn't his real body, his aura was engraved into Chen Zong's consciousness. It was very shocking. It felt like an ordinary person meeting a lone wolf in the forest. It was creepy. Chen Zong didn't feel creepy, but his body tensed up involuntarily. His hair almost stood on end. This was a strong opponent. He didn't know how strong he was, but at least he wasn't weak. Traces of fighting spirit gathered in his heart. While staring at his opponent, Chen Zong also saw his opponent's information. His name was Lin Lang, his evaluation, and his battle record. Just like him, the other party was also a first-stage warrior. However, the other party's battle record wasn't 0, but 250. In the Mirage, winning a battle would earn one a battle record. As for how many battle records one earned, it had nothing to do with the rank of the opponent one defeated. Instead, it was a matter of constant accumulation. For example, if a fighter won a match, he would obtain 10 battle points. If he continued to win, he would obtain 20 battle points for the second match, 30 for the third match, 40 for the fourth match, and so on. As long as he didn't lose and continued to win, he would obtain more battle points as he continued to win. If he was a second-stage warrior, he would be able to obtain 20 battle points if he won one match, and 30 if he won 2 consecutive matches. If he was a third-stage warrior, he would be able to obtain 30 battle points with one win and 40 battle points with 2 consecutive wins. However, if he lost a match, he would not suffer any loss in his battle record. Instead, he would start counting from the beginning. His opponent had a battle record of 250 points, 11 wins and 4 losses. His highest winning streak was 5, which meant that he had won 5 matches and was defeated in the 6th match, starting from the beginning. So it's a rookie. The man's lips curled into a cold smile. His voice carried a kind of shocking pressure. It rang out directly into Chen Zong's ears. This is a pure rookie. That's right. Not only is he a rookie, but judging from the evaluation, he should be the weakest rookie. Which backward world did he come from? He must have gotten lucky. Age 10. He's so old, but his talent is so low. Only his combat ability is passable. The smile on Chen Zong's opponent's lips grew wider and wider, and the cold smile on his face became more and more obvious. This kind of opponent was obviously a complete rookie. Chen Zong didn't know which remote low-level world he came from, but he had obtained the Eternal Heaven and Earth token and came to the Eternal Battle Fort by chance. This kind of person wouldn't stay here for long. After all, although the Eternal Battle Fort spread seeds everywhere, it wouldn't raise idlers. If one didn't perform well enough, their name would be removed sooner or later, and the token would be taken back. According to the evaluation results of this person, he definitely wouldn't stay here for long. Perhaps he would be forced to leave within a year. However, that had nothing to do with Chunzong. Before leaving, it wasn't bad to add some battle records. Make your move, rookie. The contempt in the opponent's eyes flashed, and his cold voice carried a bit of ridicule as he said to Chunzong. He looked like he was defenseless. Chunzong looked at him and could see that his opponent was full of flaws. However, if Chunzong really thought so, he was too naive. Although the opponent looked contemptuous and casual, as if his whole body was full of flaws, on a deeper level, there was a kind of vigilance, a kind of deception on the surface. If Chunzong didn't treat it seriously, he would fall into the opponent's trap. Since the opponent deliberately did this, then Chunzong would beat him at his own game. Chunzong's expression did not change in the slightest. With a flash of his body, he took a step forward and rushed towards his opponent. He unsheathed his long sword and became one with the sword. There was no distinction between the man and the sword. He pierced through the air and directly pierced towards one of the opponent's weaknesses. A trace of ridicule flashed in the opponent's eyes. "I've been fooled, I've really been fooled. What a country bumpkin from a remote world." Here, he could only add to the battle records of others. Just as Chunzong's sword was about to strike, the opponent moved his feet slightly, and his shoulders shrunk in an instant. The short blade at his waist was unsheathed in an instant. The pitch-black light of the blade flashed, like a wolf's fang, piercing through the void and fiercely stabbing at the prey. It was about to pierce into the prey's body. Ruthless, decisive, fierce, and bloodthirsty. The killing intent that burst out at that moment was so shocking that Chunzong felt cold all over, as if he was about to be frozen. "He's dead. He's throwing his life away." There were comments all around. In the blink of an eye, Chunzong seemed to have been prepared. His figure flashed, and he passed by the opponent, brandishing his long sword as if he was going to cut the opponent in half. The opponent's reaction was also very fast. In an instant, his figure blurred, causing Chunzong's sword to miss. The short blade, like a wolf's fang, glowed with a cold light, and pounced on the opponent like a vicious wolf. In an instant, he waved his left hand, and there was a flash of cold light. It was a white short blade. The black short blade carried with it an astonishingly heavy killing intent, and the murderous aura was so intense that it completely attracted the opponent's attention. The sudden appearance of the white short blade was light and agile, and its aura was weak, but it was the real killing move. Using this move to create a diversion, this person had killed countless strong opponents. Yet Chunzong seemed to have sensed something, and was in control of everything. The fingers of his left hand were like a sword, as pitch-black earth elemental energy condensed at the tip of his finger. Abruptly, Chunzong pointed out as though he could break through the void, directly striking the white short blade of his opponent. At the same time, his long sword blocked the black short blade. Out of the corner of his eye, he could see a flash of surprise on the opponent's face, as if he was surprised that his attack was blocked. Although he was surprised, his reaction was not slow at all. He abruptly kicked out with both his feet, which were as sharp as the fangs of a wolf. The black and white dual blades, which had been blocked, instantly followed up with the attack. His entire person seemed to have transformed into a ferocious lone wolf, crazy and ruthless. He would not give up until he killed his target. It seemed that Chunzong had become the prey, resisting the opponent's sharp claws and fangs with great difficulty, as if he would be torn to shreds at any time. In reality, Chunzong was not as dangerous as he looked on the surface. His opponent's attacks were indeed crazy, and every move was fatal. He did not even care about his own safety. However, Chunzong could clearly see that the craziness was only on the surface. There was not the slightest trace of madness in his opponent's eyes. There was only calmness like an iceberg. This showed that such an astonishing and crazy attack was actually under the control of his opponent. Crazy people were frightening because they would hurt others, but they would also hurt themselves. People who had mastered madness were undoubtedly even more frightening because they would only hurt others, but would not hurt themselves. Crazy on the surface, calm on the inside. This was a very frightening opponent, one that made Chen Zong's blood boil. Every attack of his opponent was made to kill the target. There was not the slightest extra movement. The pressure he brought to Chen Zong was even stronger than that of the Taishan saint. With a sword in hand, Chen Zong performed his superb swordsmanship to the extreme. The white sword light was extremely light and airtight like water, covering everything in the surroundings. Chen Zong also used the unbreakable sword circle to the extreme. In particular, Chen Zong used the yin-yang Dao will of the extreme. With a sword in hand, black and white mixed together. It could not be broken. No matter how he controlled the craziness with his inner calmness, he still could not break through his opponent's defense. The sword seemed to have a life of its own, as if it could sense the trajectory of his attack in advance and block it. The pressure Chen Zong was under was actually not small. He had to concentrate fully, otherwise, his defense would be broken by his opponent if he was not careful. This newcomer seems to be somewhat unusual. Looking at his evaluation results, he is relatively outstanding in actual combat. It is not surprising that he has such a performance. His actual combat is not bad, but in other aspects, he is just passable. There were not many spectators, less than 10, because the free spectators were random. If they wanted to watch a specific battle, they would have to consume their battle records. There were many people participating in the battle, so the random spectators would also be scattered. Not many people were assigned to Chen Zong's side. After attacking for a long time and failing to break through, his strength was constantly being consumed. Like a lone wolf, he immediately entered the state of self-freedom. The moment he closed and opened his eyes, there were a few more traces of silver. He became calmer and more in control of his own body. In fact, different people generally had the same state of self-freedom, but in some subtle aspects, there would be different manifestations. After entering the state of self-freedom, Lin Lang's control of his own body directly increased to a level. The power of his attacks became more powerful, and the frequency of his attacks increased. Madness. Fury. It was as if he had changed from a lone wolf to a pack of wolves, and the pressure he brought to Chen Zong was even more intense. A lone wolf was ferocious, but it was only fighting alone. Wolves had always been pack animals. The threat of a lone wolf was completely inferior to that of a pack of people. This was because a pack of wolves would cooperate with each other. Once they attacked, they would become extremely terrifying and tear their powerful prey into pieces. Chen Zong felt as if he was in a storm and could be torn apart at any time. Chapter 1734. Dominator of the Six Realms is really impressed with himself. He actually misread the time. I'm in tears. The third watch is here. Control. Control. The earth elemental energy was heavy and the sky's spiritual energy was light and vast. Black and white flowed in his body like two rivers that did not intersect. Every bit of power was completely under his control. Seeing that Chen Zong had also entered the freedom state, the spectators were surprised. However, they were not too surprised. After all, in the eternal battle fort, or in other words, in the top forces of the universe, there were many people who had mastered the freedom state. In a battle in the mirage, unless there was a clear difference in strength, the freedom state would be used. Lin Lang's strength was not weak. Especially since he had entered the eternal battle fort earlier than Chen Zong, he had experienced more battles here. His talent was also quite high. Combined, his strength was quite terrifying. Under the freedom state, the infinite sword chain was unleashed. The swords connected in a continuous chain as if there was no beginning or end. Every strike was just right. The sword light surrounded the surroundings. It was endless and seemed to be everywhere. In an instant, it was as if there were many people waving their swords at the same time, performing different sword moves. Around them, there were packs of wolves waiting to launch an effective and organized attack. In the end, it seemed to be a battle between the sword light and the pack of wolves. The sword light was destroyed and the wolf shadows dispersed. However, they gathered again in an instant, alternating between life and death. The battle was fierce and high intensity. His strength was constantly depleted. However, under the freedom state it did not affect his strength. Every strike was as if he had used all his strength. The Tao will that Lin Lang had mastered was also a top-tier Tao will. Moreover, it was at the first level of the Supreme Realm. Not simple. He can actually fight Lin Lang to this extent. The spectators were more and more surprised. However, when they thought of Chen Zong's age and evaluation, they were filled with disdain. 4 peerless geniuses and even monstrous geniuses, a difference of 1 year was enough to bring about a clear difference in strength. If one cultivated for a few more years, or even 10 or 20 years, the difference would be even more obvious. It was undeniable that no matter how lucky Chunzong was to obtain the eternal heaven and earth token, he was definitely an outstanding person in his world. He was one of the top peerless geniuses in his world, and it was normal for him to have some abilities. However, there were many such people in the eternal battle fort, so it wasn't surprising. Chunzong was in a state of absolute calmness. With the long sword in his hand, they were connected by blood. His greatest strength was absorbing and learning. He would grasp all of the other party's advantages, absorb their essence, and integrate it into his own body to improve himself. Lin Lang was the most outstanding opponent he had ever encountered. Chunzong even felt that he was stronger than the Taishan sage. Of course, it had been a long time since he last met the Taishan saint. It was hard to say how much the Taishan saint had grown, but it was just a feeling. Lin Lang might really be more outstanding than the Taishan saint. Under the state of self-freedom, even after experiencing such an intense battle, the two of them did not have the slightest bit of shortness or disorder in their breathing. Bloodlust wolf. A low voice suddenly rang out, as if countless wolves were howling in the moonlit night. It spread in all directions, causing one's heart to palpitate. The pitch-black shadows of wolves were everywhere, but their eyes emitted a dazzling blood-red light. Their claws and fangs emitted a blood-red light like flames. Kill. This was a killing move. The pack of wolves went berserk and bloodthirsty, wanting to tear all of their prey into pieces. Yin-Yang Sword Realm. The black and white mixed elements surrounded the area, directly isolating it. No matter how the pack of wolves went berserk and bloodthirsty, they could not break through. Heaven and earth line. The sword radiance gathered, and the surroundings suddenly dimmed. Then, a pitch-black sword radiance with shocking majesty and unparalleled sharpness and dominance tore through the void. The hair-like sword radiance tore through the void. Lin Lang's heart trembled involuntarily, and his expression changed slightly. He turned the impossible into possible. He twisted his body and dodged in an instant. A few strands of his hair were cut off, flew up, and then minced by the sword chi. However, Chunzong seemed to have grasped the trajectory of Lin Lang's dodging. The second sword slashed out, and Lin Lang seemed to have crashed into it himself. The third sword. The fourth sword. Each sword was precise and deadly. Lin Lang was at a disadvantage in an instant. He could only dodge and parry. The rhythm was controlled by Chunzong. This person's swordsmanship is quite advanced. Indeed, he has the style of the Heavenly Go Sword King. Tisk, compared to the Heavenly Go Sword King, he is like a firefly compared to the moon. There is no comparison at all. In a few sentences, the battle between Chunzong and Lin Lang became more and more clear. Lin Lang was hit. The first sword tore his arm. The next sword pierced his shoulder. The next sword pierced Lin Lang's heart. Lin Lang fell to the ground. His body faded in Chunzong's eyes and then disappeared. Death in the ethereal realm was not real death. Chen Zong also realized that his personal information had changed. The number of battles showed 1 win, the highest winning streak showed 1 win, and the record showed 10. Immediately, he was given a new choice. Continue the battle or end it. Chen Zong thought for a moment and chose to continue the battle. This time, Chen Zong was given the right to choose the battle environment. Keep it the same, Chen Zong said to himself. In less than 10 breaths, a black and white door appeared in front of him. A figure stepped out. It was a person with an extremely tall and muscular body, like an iron tower. Chen Zong was slightly taken aback. Because it was a woman. For a woman to be so majestic and tall, it was really surprising. However, in the void of the universe, there were countless worlds. Naturally, there were countless situations. Chen Zong recovered from his shock and quickly checked the other person's information. The name was not important. What was important was the battle results and the highest winning streak. This person was also a rank 1 warrior. However, the battle results were 3 wins and 2 losses. The highest winning streak was 2. Her evaluation was the same as his, low. However, based on the information, she was much more outstanding than him. Of course, Chen Zong already knew the crux of the problem and did not think that he was inferior to others. On the contrary, the appearance of someone more outstanding than him would give him more motivation to catch up. Newcomer. The burly woman's voice was vigorous, matching her figure. Soon after, she grinned. Take my palm. Before she finished speaking, she had already raised her thick palm, which was like a giant bear, and abruptly attacked. The pitch-black elemental energy condensed in the palm made it even more vigorous and domineering. It was as if a mountain was moving horizontally and colliding with him. The force was heavy, powerful, and easily destroyed. The wind pressure it brought along was so oppressive that it made Chen Zong feel suffocated. Chen Zong circulated the spiritual energy in his head, and a white light spread out. It was as if his body had gotten rid of all weight and became incomparably light and agile. In the blink of an eye, he dodged, circled around, and approached. His sword pierced through the air. First, the spiritual energy was light and swift. When the sword arrived, it immediately transformed into elemental energy, exploding with an even more powerful attack. In terms of direct destructive power, spiritual energy was inferior to elemental energy. However, spiritual energy also had its own advantages. Using only one type would be one-sided. If the 2 types were used interchangeably, it would make up for their shortcomings. It was said that at rank 4, one would be able to merge both elemental energy and spiritual energy at the same time. It would become a force that possessed the characteristics of both types and was even more powerful. This burly woman was indeed very strong. However, compared to Lin Lang, she was slightly inferior. After Chen Zong seized the opportunity, he attacked continuously with his sword and controlled the rhythm of the battle. In the end, she was defeated. Chen Zong's battle record was now 30. His win streak was now 2 wins and 0 losses. His highest winning streak was now 2. He continued to participate in the battle and was randomly matched with opponent. Chen Zong's third opponent was a very, very short person. His height was probably not even 1.5 meters, but his arms were very long. When they hung down, they completely exceeded his knees. With a shake of his arms, a black and a white claw suddenly sprouted from his wrist. They were about half a foot long and shone with a cold light, as if they could tear everything apart. This person did not attack directly. Instead, he moved quickly. With the support of spiritual energy, his speed became even faster. In the end, he turned into a streak of white light and circled around Chen Zong. For a moment, Chen Zong's eyes could not even catch his opponent's trajectory. Suddenly, like a ghost, his body leaped up and turned into a streak of black. With an astonishing power, he broke through the air and attacked Chen Zong. His claws tore through the air, and directly tore Chen Zong into pieces. Chen Zong raised his long sword as if he had been prepared for this. He blocked the attack with his sword, and the sword's strength was activated to counterattack. Chen Zong realized that his opponent in this match didn't seem to be that outstanding in terms of strength, but in terms of speed and agility, he was astonishing. Moreover, his fighting style was to wait for an opportunity to strike and kill in one strike. If his attack didn't hit, he would immediately retreat and escape, relying on his high speed to find another opportunity to attack. His speed was so fast that it was hard for Chen Zong to catch up with him. He was indeed a difficult opponent. Chen Zong thought that his speed was not slow, but he had not practiced any corresponding martial arts until now. After all, Chen Zong found that although he could use the power of heaven and earth execution to activate his previous swordsmanship, it was not complete enough. In order to use the power of heaven and earth execution, he needed a matching martial art. Undoubtedly, it was the martial arts of the Master of Heaven and Earth in the Eternal Battle Fort that required battle records to exchange for it. The most basic exchange required 1,000 battle record. Since he could not keep up with his opponent's speed, he would deal with it by remaining unchanged. He would wait for the moment his opponent launched an attack to counterattack and defeat him in one fell swoop. Therefore, people at level 1 of the warrior level basically did not practice any martial arts. What they used was what they had mastered, but it was difficult for them to display the power they should have. On the contrary, it would limit the power of heaven and earth execution to a certain extent. Closing his eyes, Chen Zong increased his perception to the extreme. This was one of his strengths, and he should make full use of it. Chapter 1735. Fourth update: Chen Zong, 3 wins and 0 losses. The highest winning streak was 3 wins. His battle record was 60. Such a result was beyond the expectations of the spectators, and the number of spectators increased by a few. Continue. Each of the 3 battles had brought him great pressure. He felt as if he was walking on the edge of life and death. It was a feeling that was hard to experience in the Tianyuan sacred region. After winning 3 matches in a row, although he had used up a lot of his energy, his morale was high. Without hesitation, Chen Zong chose to continue fighting. However, this time, the time taken to select an opponent seemed to be longer than the previous 3 rounds. A black and white door appeared on the other side, but no one appeared. Chen Zong's eyes narrowed. An ray of light shot out, as if it was going to penetrate the door. Before the person appeared, the number of spectators suddenly increased. In an instant, there were nearly 100 spectators. What's the situation? Consciousness age 10, low-grade mortal body, upper-grade mortal body, lower-grade 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 mortal body. With such low talent, he could barely become a new member of the Eternal Battle Fort. He wouldn't be able to stay here for long before he was forced to leave. There was nothing worth seeing. There were many people who had the same idea as him. However, just as they were about to leave, they caught a glimpse of a figure stepping out of the black and white door from the corner of their eyes. They immediately dismissed the idea of leaving. Xiao Jing hadn't entered the ethereal plane for quite some time because he had been cultivating in seclusion. Now that he had come out of seclusion, he wanted to enter the ethereal plane and have a look around. Perhaps he could fight with some powerful opponents as a warm-up. Then, he would challenge the battle tower and verify the results of his seclusion. He chose to participate in the battle, not to challenge, so he was randomly matched. What he didn't expect was that he would be matched with a newbie. Moreover, from the other party's evaluation results, it was obvious that this newbie was at the bottom. For a moment, Xiao Zheng's interest waned. Unfortunately, after choosing his opponent, he had to either admit defeat or defeat his opponent. Only then would the battle end. As a rookie with outstanding talent, Xiao Jing had his own pride. It was impossible for him to take the initiative to admit defeat. Although it was beneath him to attack a rookie at the bottom, he had no choice but to do so in order to quickly end the battle. Chen Zong looked at Xiao Jing in surprise as he read his message. Superior. This was a prodigy who had been evaluated as superior. The other party's consciousness was 6 years old, much younger than him, and his physique was a top-grade mortal physique. The other party's upper-level assessment was very shocking. He was a high-level Heaven Realm expert, and his combat ability was at the peak of Heaven Realm. All in all, this was a very powerful person. As a 6th-stage warrior, his battle record was more than 500 wins, 30 draws, and 80 losses. His highest winning streak was 13. However, his battle record was not high, not even reaching 1,000 points. He must have used them up. After all, in the Eternal Battle Fort, there were places in the ethereal extent where battle records were consumed. Battle records were also needed to exchange for cultivation methods, martial arts, secret techniques, weapons, and elixirs. When the man's gaze landed on him, Chen Zong's body tensed up involuntarily, and his hair stood on end. It was a terrifying feeling. His hair stood on end. It was really creepy. The voice in the depths of his heart was telling him that he was no match for this person. However, Chen Zong took a deep breath and steadied his mind. Even if he was no match for this person, so what? It was just a battle and a defeat. Then, let's see how strong this person was with such a high evaluation. The two's information was clear at a glance. With such a huge disparity, the spectators chose to stay because they recognized Xiao Jing. He just came out of seclusion and he's already met a rookie. It seems that Xiao Jing's luck is not bad. Yeah, maybe this time he can break the record of 13 consecutive victories. You're my first opponent after coming out of seclusion. Xiao Jing looked at Chen Zong from head to toe, as if he wanted to see through him. His eyes were relaxed, and it was clear that he was looking down on him. I really don't know if you're lucky or unlucky. However, I should be very lucky this time. Maybe it's just like what they said. This time, I'll break the record of 13 consecutive victories. Chen Zong didn't say anything. Although the other party's words sounded very relaxed, he could feel a faintly discernible aura boring down on him. It felt as though there was a blade at his back, wanting to slice his body apart. It was a very scary feeling. The invisible, colorless, and omnipresent pressure forced him to deal with it with all his strength. However, Chen Zong was not frightened at all. There was only excitement and excitement that came from the deepest part of his heart. It was always difficult to find a strong opponent. Among his peers in the Tianyuan sacred region, there was no one who could make him feel this way. Only here, in the Eternal Battle Fort, could he fight. Chen Zong suddenly shouted in a low voice. That one word was deep and powerful, decisive and swift. In an instant, his long sword was unsheathed. Gathering all his strength, he unleashed all his strength and attacked in a flash. His heavenly spiritual force was pushed to the extreme. It turned into a white sword light, like a meteor breaking through the sky. The moment it approached his opponent, his heavenly spiritual force was replaced by earth elemental force. The speed of the change surprised Xiao Jing. What a solid foundation! You're really good at using your own strength. But unfortunately, your opponent is me. A sharp voice rang in Chen Zong's ears. It was as sharp as a sword and directly pierced through his eardrums. While his hair stood on end, Xiao Jing's sword was still unsheathed. The appearance of this sword was different from Chen Zong's. It looked slimmer and sharper. When the sword stabbed out, white sword light filled the air. The speed of the sword was beyond ordinary. It was so fast that it was indescribable. The sword was like flowing light. It was too fast. It was unimaginably fast. Even though Chen Zong's consciousness was stronger than many of his peers, he could only barely catch a blurry shadow. His subconscious, honed through many life and death situations, suddenly burst out. He tilted his head slightly to the side. A blurry white sword light flashed by in an instant. A surprised voice rang in his ears. It seemed that Chernzong was surprised that he could dodge the sword. Although he was surprised, Xiao Zheng was a peerless genius of a macro world. He was very talented and had experienced countless battles. He was very experienced. His reaction was very fast. The sword he stabbed out did not stop, but changed into a slash in an instant. It was a flat slash, but the astonishing sharpness seemed to be able to tear the world apart. However, Chernzong dodged it again and again. Xiao Zheng was even more surprised and annoyed that he could not kill a newcomer at the bottom of the rankings with 2 consecutive strikes. Logically speaking, the gap between him and Chernzong was not small. There was no comparison at all. He should have finished Chernzong with 1 strike. However, after 2 strikes, Chernzong was not only finished, but also unscathed. 9 swords of heavenly spirit. With a low shout, Xiao Jing directly displayed the sword technique martial arts of the lineage of heaven and earth. He stabbed out with his sword, which turned into 9 sword lights. In an instant, they formed a cage around him, blocking everything. There was nowhere to dodge. Even though Chernzong could faintly feel something, he could not completely react. This made Chernzong further realize the inadequacy of his body. He waved his sword. Yin and Yang Sword Realm. However, this time, Yin and Yang Sword Realm was not fully used. After blocking 6 strikes, it was broken by the 7th strike. The 8th strike came and pierced through his body. Although he was defeated and died, Chernzong did not have any regrets. He only had excitement and yearning. Since his opponent was so strong, it also meant that he could also become as strong or even surpass him. On the other hand, Chernzong also yearned for the martial arts of the lineage of heaven and earth. Defeated and dead, Chernzong appeared in the original void. This time, Chernzong did not continue to fight, nor did he challenge anyone. 4 battles, 3 wins and 1 loss. This made Chernzong fully aware of his inadequacies and shortcomings, as well as his advantages. Chernzong's battles were like a small stone falling into the water. After a small splash and ripple, it quickly returned to silence, and everyone forgot about it. Even Xiao Jing was only surprised when they fought. After killing Chernzong, he put Chernzong to the back of his mind. After all, in his opinion, Chernzong was just a newcomer at the bottom of the rankings. Perhaps they had forgotten, or perhaps they did not care. A hidden dragon would rise from the abyss one day. After leaving Heaven Execution Hall and meeting up with Yang Guan, they went to the battle tower. Along the way, Chernzong chatted casually with Yang Guan while secretly thinking about his inadequacies. In terms of cultivation level, he was not inferior to his original body, but his combat strength was actually inferior. Although he could still use the various Tao wills and martial arts that his original body had mastered. However, because of this body's constitution and the cultivation method that he cultivated, not only was his original body's martial arts unable to display its full power, but there were also flaws and flaws. Another point was that his consciousness was limited. All this while, his soul had become stronger, causing his consciousness and divine thought to become stronger as well. His consciousness that had descended to this place was similarly powerful. However, due to the limitations of this ordinary body, he was unable to unleash the full power of his consciousness. He could only unleash a portion of it. In other words, it was caused by the incomplete fusion and disharmony between his consciousness and his body. As a result, although his consciousness could sense his opponent's attack, his body was slower by a bit and could not react in time. The solution was to actively weaken the strength of his consciousness until it was equal to the strength of his body. However, this method was only temporary and was actually self-destructive. The other method was to strengthen his body until it was equal to the strength of his consciousness. From there, it would be a perfect fusion. The first method was self-destructive, but it was easier to achieve. The second method was the right way, but it was more difficult to achieve. The shortcut and the right way. Between the two, there was no doubt that Chen Zong would choose the latter. He would take the right way and ignore the shortcut. Then, how could he strengthen himself? Was it to improve his cultivation level? Perhaps, but instinctively, Chen Zong felt that it should not be so simple. The more important thing was to improve his constitution. In other words, he was now a low mortal physique. If he could improve it to a medium mortal physique, or even a high mortal physique, it might be effective. As for whether it was a medium mortal physique or not, he would have to personally test it to be sure. In the world, there was a miraculous elixir called the Sky-Stealing Earth-Changing Elixir. Consuming it could strengthen the qi of heaven and earth in one's body and improve one's constitution to a higher level. Chapter 1736. Fifth update. Today's update is complete. Looking for subscriptions and monthly vote. Don't forget to follow our official account. 6 Paths of Oblivion. There were 3 battle towers in the Eternal Battle Fort. They were the Eternal Battle Tower, the Void Battle Tower, and the Heaven and Earth Battle Tower. The 3 battle towers were actually the same, but because they belonged to different factions, it was easier for people from different factions to challenge them. Following Yang Guan's footsteps, Chen Zong saw a huge tower that reached into the clouds. The base of the giant tower was black, but the higher it went, the lighter the blackness became. Floor by floor, the slanted corners flew up. When it reached the 5th floor, the blackness had become very faint, and there was a hint of white in the air. On the 6th floor, there was even more white. When it reached the 7th floor, it had become a dull white, and on the 8th floor, the white became even more conspicuous. The Heaven and Earth Battle Tower is divided into 12 floors. Yang Guan said as he stared at the gigantic pagoda. Countless amounts of black earth qi and white cloud qi lingered around it, piercing straight into the horizon. He had seen it countless times, but every time he saw it, he would feel a sense of awe. Chen Zong didn't say anything. When he looked up, there was only shock in his heart. Ancient, vicissitude, majestic, and vast. These words couldn't even describe the tower. The black was vigorous and heavy, while the white was light and nimble. It was an indescribable mystery. Standing in front of it, Chen Zong felt insignificant. Taking a deep breath, Yang Guan tried to calm himself down. He said again, "The 1st to 3rd floors correspond to the low level, the 4th to 6th floors correspond to the middle level, the 7th to 9th floors correspond to the high level, and the 10th to 12th floors correspond to the king level." In other words, if he wanted to increase his genius level in the Eternal Battle Fort, he had to challenge the tower. For example, Chen Zong was at the low level, but if he wanted to reach the middle level, he would have to at least reach the 4th floor. Challenging the tower would also give him rewards. For example, if he passed the 1st floor, he would get 1,000 battle achievements and a random reward. The random reward could be a sky-pilfering earth pill or a martial art. If he passed the 2nd floor, he would get 2,000 battle achievements and a random reward. If he passed the 3rd floor, he would get 3,000 battle achievements and a random reward. There was a difference between fighting in the tower and fighting in the ethereal plane. In the ethereal plane, the results of fighting in the tower wouldn't be displayed, only the results in the ethereal plane would be displayed. Of course, there wasn't much difference between the 2 battle records. They would both be included in the overall battle record. However, the information in the Mirage would only show the battle records obtained in the Mirage. If he could clear the 3rd floor and enter the 4th floor, he would receive even more rewards. He would receive 10,000 battle points and random rewards. In short, the higher the level, the more rewards one would receive. "Brother Yang, I want to challenge the tower," Chen Zong said as he stepped forward. He took out the eternal token of heaven and earth and placed it in the indentation on the wall of the heaven and earth battle pagoda. Suddenly, a ray of light flashed and fell on Chen Zong's body. As the black and white lights flashed, Chen Zong's body disappeared into the giant tower. I wonder if Brother Chen can clear the first level? Yang Guan knew Chen Zong's basic information. He was at the bottom of the newcomers. It was hard to say if he could clear the first level. However, he sincerely hoped that Chen Zong could clear the first level and obtain at least 1,000 battle points. If he was lucky, he might even get a low-grade heaven-stealing earth-changing pill or a martial art. For people like Chen Zong or himself, only by challenging the heaven and earth battle pagoda could they have a chance to improve. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to obtain enough battle points in the ethereal plane. Of course, it wasn't easy to obtain battle points in the ethereal plane, but they could be sustained. As long as one participated in battles and won, one could continue to obtain battle points. However, the battle pagoda's battle points could only be obtained once. First, it was dark and deep. Then, it was bright and white. Black and white intertwined and twisted continuously. Finally, they condensed into a black and white door. Chen Zong stepped into the black and white door. His vision changed and widened. A field appeared in front of Chen Zong's eyes. It was said that every person who challenged the heaven and earth battle pagoda would enter different environments. Different opponents would appear in different environments. However, they all had one thing in common, which was their combat power. The eternal battle fort focused on fighting. Naturally, its tests were also closely related to fighting. Roar. A violent roar suddenly sounded. It was so loud that it almost shattered everyone's eardrums. Chen Zong looked over and saw a huge black and white door appear 1,000 meters away. A huge figure stepped out with a violent roar. Dong. When its thick forelimbs stepped out of the door and landed on the ground, it made a shocking sound like a huge drum. A circle of chi waves spread out from its feet like ripples. Roar. A ferocious head that looked like both a wolf and a bear stretched out. Its eyes shone with a scarlet light as it let out a shocking roar at Chen Zong. The terrifying roar turned into a sonic storm that swept out. It had a shocking aura that could shatter everything with its roar and cause one's soul to scatter. Under Chen Zong's gaze, the huge beast stepped out of the door and appeared completely. Its 4 limbs were as thick as his waist, its majestic body, its ferocious head, its jet-black fur, and its scarlet eyes all exuded an extremely shocking and ferocious aura. Such an aura made Chen Zong's expression turn serious. It was a terrifying aura. It was like a peerless beast. Roar. The third roar sounded. The sound waves rolled out. The huge bear-like beast suddenly rushed forward. Dong, 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 dong. The ground of the wasteland was constantly rumbling under the beast's feet. The sand and stones were constantly shaking. Its aura was violent and ferocious. It formed a shocking pressure that seemed to want to tear Chen Zong apart. Taking a deep breath, Chen Zong calmed down. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He was extremely calm. Staring at the beast, Chen Zong was not frightened by the beast's aura. He took a step forward and rushed forward. The distance of 1,000 meters seemed to be very close. In an instant, the beast lifted its huge paw and suddenly swung it forward. It was as if a mountain was falling down. Black filled the air and covered the sky. The terrifying pressure seemed to want to smash Chen Zong into pieces. In an instant, Chen Zong's figure turned into a white light and disappeared. He unsheathed his long sword and slashed across the air. Boom! The ground was bombarded by the palm. It shook and collapsed in an instant. The terrifying aftershocks spread out, crushing the sand and stones that were bounced up into powder. Cracks quickly spread out. At the same time, Chen Zong slashed the side of the beast with his sword. However, he found that the sword could not tear the beast's fur. How could he fight with such a defense? The ferocious beast's body was huge, and its strength was overbearing. It was extremely shocking. If one was hit by its palm, one would definitely be killed. Its reaction speed was also very shocking. After missing its attack, its body immediately rotated, and the other palm swept up a hurricane that roared and bombarded with an incomparably ferocious force. The wind pressure was so strong that Chen Zong almost suffocated. He felt that his body was almost shaking under the palm. Taking a step and turning around, Chen Zong's speed reached the extreme under the heavenly spiritual power. He narrowly avoided the attack. Since the sword could not tear the beast's skin defense, he could only attack the beast's weakness. The eyes. The most direct. Heavenly spiritual energy poured into his feet and Chen Zong's body became extremely light. Under the control of his power, he was extremely agile. He constantly dodged the fierce attacks of the fierce beast. He was like a small boat in the middle of a stormy sea. It looked like he could be destroyed at any moment. Chen Zong was well aware of the dangers involved. It was very exciting, but this kind of excitement also caused Chen Zong to enter a highly concentrated state of mind and spirit. His perception was raised to the extreme, and his eyes were fixed on the beast's scarlet eyes. That was the beast's weakness, and also the place where the sword could directly pierce. The opportunity came. Driven by the heavenly spiritual power, the sword pierced through the sky like a white meteor. Extremely fast. A sword with all his strength. Kill. The sword directly pierced through the beast's left eye and into its upper body. The terrible power invaded the beast's body, stirring its brain and bringing it extreme pain. Under the pain, the beast became more and more violent. It bombarded Chen Zong continuously, almost smashing him into pieces. Dodge. Waiting for the opportunity, he attacked again and pierced through the beast's other eye. With its eyes destroyed and the sword chi in its brain, the beast was in extreme pain. It destroyed everything in all directions. It was like a ruin that was about to collapse. Chen Zong retreated and stared at the beast. Gradually, its movements became slow and weak. Chen Zong knew that the beast was about to die. Another sword strike. Seizing the opportunity, he stabbed the sword into the beast's eye again, all the way to the hilt. The earth elemental energy went through the sword and into the beast's brain. The amazing power instantly shattered the beast's already broken brain. The beast trembled for the last time and let out a sad cry. After the sound lingered in the air, it fell to the ground and died completely. Chen Zong could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. This beast was indeed very strong. In terms of strength, it was completely superior to him. Its speed was not slow either. The only thing that was inferior to him was its combat skills. In other words, he was more talented in combat. That was why he could defeat and kill it. In that case, he should have passed the first level of the heavenly battle tower. Immediately, Chen Zong's eyes widened and then narrowed into needles. Another black and white door opened 1,000 meters away, followed by a third and a fourth 9. This time, a total of 9 black and white doors opened, surrounding him in all directions. Many different yet extremely violent roars rang out from the 9 doors, turning into a storm of sound waves that swept out. It was as if they could shatter everything with their roars. Chen Zong's expression changed greatly, becoming more and more solemn. A single beast was already giving him so much pressure. What about 9 beasts? Would the 9 beasts that were about to appear be as strong as the first one? He was not sure, but he would find out soon. A 5-meter-tall, jet-black ape with bulging muscles and an explosive strength stepped out of the door. Shortly after, a gigantic black tiger with a serrated tail also stepped out of the door. There was also a gigantic black wolf with an incomparably robust body that stepped out of the door. Chapter 1737. Third day, first update. Outside the pavilion, Yang Guan stared blankly at Chen Zong's back as he muttered to himself. He passed it on his first try. The newcomer is at the bottom. I'm afraid everyone has misjudged him. Yang Guan's evaluation result was also low, but it was normal. It took him 9 tries to pass the first floor, and he was able to stay in the Eternal Battle Fort. The first floor was the easiest to pass, but it was also very difficult. Those who had passed it knew it very well. Even a genius with a middle evaluation was not sure if he could pass the first floor on his first try. Even if one was a genius newcomer, not every one of them could pass the first floor on their first try, especially when they had just entered the Eternal Battle Fort. I'm afraid this new friend of mine isn't as simple as he seems on the surface, Yang Guan said in the end before withdrawing his gaze and turning around to return to the pavilion. Chen Zong did not know what Yang Guan was thinking. After returning to the pavilion, he left to practice the 9 heavenly spirit strike. Even though it was only a basic martial art, it was very important for him. It opened a door for him to gain a foothold in the Eternal Battle Fort. Moreover, there was another thing that martial arts had in common. Even though he could not practice the 9 heavenly spirit strikes, he could absorb its mysteries and use it for himself. At least, it could strengthen his foundation. The pavilion had 2 floors. The first floor was like a martial arts arena for practicing martial arts. The second floor was used for practicing martial arts and for living. On the first floor, Chen Zong waved his sword. The white sword light pierced through the air and rippled like water. Chen Zong was not in a hurry to succeed. Therefore, he completely separated the heavenly spirit 9 strikes into 81 forms, which were 81 swords. This way, he would be able to directly comprehend the profoundness and changes within it. The 9 heavenly spirit strikes was divided into 4 levels according to the realm: entry, small success, great success, and completion. Chen Zong had reached the entry level and was advancing to the small success level. 9 moves as 1 sword, 1 move as 1 change. Chen Zong thought to himself. He had a deeper understanding of the 9 heavenly spirit strike. Small success. His body's accumulation of martial arts, especially swordsmanship, was incomparably strong and solid. Now it was exploding rapidly. Although his powerful consciousness was not very compatible with his body, it was very beneficial for his comprehension. No, the 81 forms don't just have 81 transformations. The more Chen Zong practiced, the more he felt the amazing mystery of the 9 heavenly spirit strike. Time passed slowly. Chen Zong did not leave the pavilion, but continued to practice the 9 heavenly spirit strikes. He was so engrossed in it that he forgot everything. Chen Zong kept analyzing the mysteries in the book. He was almost crazy. What a brilliant martial art! 81 styles seem to have 81 variations, but in fact, each style has 9 small variations. When he comprehended it, Chen Zong could not help but sigh in admiration. Such profundity had completely surpassed his self-created line of heaven and earth and yin and yang sword realm. 9 strikes, 81 moves. However, there were 729 types of minor transformations. Every 9 minor transformations formed a single move, and every 9 moves formed a single strike. This was the great success. Yes, after a long time, Chen Zong finally reached the great success of the 9 heavenly spirit strike. He felt that he had reached his limit. Even if he continued to practice, it would be difficult for him to make any progress in a short time. I wonder how much strength I can unleash with the great success of the 9 heavenly spirit strikes? Chen Zong said to himself as he sheathed his sword. Although he had not fought, Chen Zong had a feeling that he had been restricted in some way before. Now, the 9 heavenly spirit strikes had unlocked part of the restriction. Perhaps it was just a small difference, but it should be very obvious to the improvement of his combat strength. It's a pity that the Heaven and Earth Battle Tower only allows 1 challenge per month. Otherwise, I would try it. Chen Zong muttered to himself and glanced at the eternal token of Heaven and Earth. The battle record column had increased from the original 60 to 1060. 60 was from the ethereal realm, and 1,000 was from the first level of the battle tower. 1,000 battle records can be exchanged for a basic martial arts technique, a lower-grade heaven-stealing earth pill, or a lower-grade combat weapon. Chen Zong suddenly thought. What could he exchange for with 1,000 battle records? As the saying goes, good steel should be used on the blade. The battle records were limited, and there were only a little over 1,000 battle records. There were very few things that could be exchanged for, and they were very basic. Naturally, he would choose something that could significantly enhance his strength. It was also because he had too few battle records that he needed to think carefully. In terms of basic martial arts, he already had the 9 heavenly spirit strike. It would be good to have one more. Even if he did not have one, it would be fine. A lower-grade heaven-stealing earth pill should not be enough to upgrade his low-grade mortal body to medium-grade mortal body. According to Yang Guan, it would take an average of 10 pills. In other words, some people could upgrade their low-grade mortal body to medium-grade mortal body with 7 or 8 pills, but some people could upgrade their low-grade mortal body to medium-grade mortal body with 12 or even 13 pills. However, under normal circumstances it would take 10 pills. However, if he had a middle-grade heaven-stealing earth pill, he would be able to upgrade his low-grade mortal body to medium-grade mortal body. A lower-grade heaven-stealing earth pill would cost 1,000 battle records, while a middle-grade heaven-stealing earth pill would cost 10,000 battle records. As for combat weapons, they were the weapons in the Eternal Battle Fort. According to the 3 branches, they were Eternal Combat Weapons, Void Combat Weapons, and Heaven-Earth Combat Weapons. The Heaven-Earth Combat Weapons were used by the Heaven-Earth Combat Weapons. Every newcomer would receive a basic combat weapon for free. They would be able to use their cultivation method power, but they would not be able to enhance their strength. A lower-grade combat weapon would be able to enhance their strength by 10%. After thinking about it, the most direct way to enhance his strength would be a combat weapon. Even a lower-grade combat weapon could enhance his strength by 10%. A lower-grade combat weapon would cost 1,000 battle records, while a middle-grade combat weapon would cost 10,000 battle record. Since he had made up his mind, Chen Zong did not hesitate anymore. Low-grade geniuses and medium-grade geniuses were treated worse. If they wanted to exchange something, they had to leave the pavilion and go to a specific exchange point. According to his preferences and habits, Chen Zong exchanged for a lower-grade longsword. The Heaven-Earth combat weapons were basically black. The only difference was the proportion of their appearance and color. With a lower-grade combat weapon in hand, Chen Zong tried to attack with his sword. He could feel that his strength was not only smoother, but his strength was also enhanced. 10%. It was a standard 10% increase. Since I can't challenge the battle tower, I'll just go to the ethereal realm, Chen Zong thought to himself. It was indeed a bit slow to gain battle records in the ethereal realm, but it could be sustained. As long as he won, he would be able to gain battle records. As long as he won consecutively, he would be able to accumulate more and more battle record. Currently, he was still a rank 1 warrior. Most of the opponents he was randomly assigned to were also rank 1 warriors. Last time, he met Xiao Jing, who was a rank 6 warrior. It could be said that he was unlucky. That kind of situation was not often encountered. Moreover, one could fight freely in the ethereal realm. There was no need to worry about life and death. The only thing that mattered was victory and defeat. Firstly, one could gain battle records. Secondly, one could train oneself. Therefore, this place became a popular place for many newcomers and even demigod-level geniuses. Of course, the imminent god experts above the demigod level would also enter the ethereal realm. However, they would not fight with demigod-level soldiers. That would be pure torture and would be meaningless. Of course, some imminent god experts who were bored out of their wits would come to watch demigod-level battles. They treated it as a way to kill time or to see how the juniors were doing. After entering the ethereal realm, Chen Zong chose to join the battle without hesitation. Joining the battle was still a battle between the Heaven-Earth bloodlines. If one wanted to extend it to the other two bloodlines and enter the battle between the main fortresses, one would need to meet certain conditions. The condition was to be a rank 9 warrior. A rank 9 warrior only needed 9,000 battle record. It did not seem like much because as long as one could pass the 4th floor of the Heaven-Earth Battle Tower, they would be able to gain 10,000 battle record. However, 9,000 battle records were still a lot. After all, it was not easy to gain battle records in the ethereal realm. One consecutive victory would only give 10 battle records. Although 2 consecutive victories would increase the number, it was not much. Therefore, it was quite difficult to gain 9,000 battle records. The door opened and Chen Zong stepped inside. This time, it was his opponent who chose the battle environment. It was a sand dune. When the white wind blew past, it rolled up black sand that filled the sky. His opponent walked out of the door and walked on the wind and sand. At a glance, he saw his opponent's information. All in all, from the information, Chen Zong was definitely not as good-looking as the others. However, his opponent was also a rank 1 warrior. In the blink of an eye, his opponent seemed to have become one with the black sand. He seemed to be moving slowly, but in fact, he was approaching at an astonishing speed. The white wind blew continuously. Layers of black sand filled the air from all directions. For a moment, Chen Zong's sight and hearing were confused. It was difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. Chen Zong simply closed his eyes and increased his perception to the maximum. The sword in the scabbard stood still. Suddenly, Chen Zong opened his eyes. A cold light shot out like lightning, and the long sword in the scabbard pierced through the air in an instant. The first sword of the 9 swords of heavenly spirit. This sword was extremely fast, light, and agile. It contained 9 styles and 81 types of small changes. It seemed to be a stab, but it seemed to have enveloped the surroundings. The realm of great accomplishment was enough to fully display the power of the 9 swords of heavenly spirit. This sword was completely out of his opponent's expectations. He quickly dodged it. The second sword. Another sword light flashed and sliced through the air. There was no way to dodge it. Chen Zong won. He received another 10 battle records, and his score increased to 70. Compared to his first battle in the virtual realm, this battle was undoubtedly much easier. Moreover, his opponent's strength would not be weaker than his first opponent. In other words, the 9 swords of heavenly spirit had indeed allowed him to better display his strength. The difference of a hair's breadth was like 1,000 miles. Perhaps it was not that exaggerated, but the slight change undoubtedly had an obvious effect on him. This battle did not consume much energy. Chen Zong chose to continue fighting without hesitation. Soon, a new opponent appeared. Chen Zong maintained the original battle environment and did not change it. Perhaps other environments would be better, but as a cultivator, he had to keep going. Sometimes, he had to fight in an unfavorable environment. He had to adapt so that he would not be caught off guard. Chapter 1738. Second update. Fight on. Fight on. Regardless of the outcome, he was fearless. After a series of continuous battles, Chen Zong's information in the virtual realm had changed a lot. The number of battles had increased to 32 wins and 5 losses. The highest winning streak had increased to 7 consecutive victories. His battle record had increased to more than 500. These were visible gains and invisible gains. However, the application of the 9 heavenly strikes had reached a higher level. After all, among the opponents he had encountered, there were also people who had cultivated the 9 heavenly strike. Some of them were very powerful and shocking. Engaging in a fierce battle with a suitable opponent would allow one to better unearth one's potential. After leaving the virtual realm and returning to the pavilion, Chen Zong began to practice on the first floor of the pavilion. 9 heavenly strikes. Comprehending martial arts on his own was one way, exchanging pointers with others was the second way, and the third way was to watch others fight. The fourth way was to use the battle record to buy some videos of martial arts practice. However, Chen Zong felt that the 9 heavenly strikes was not at that level yet. He needed to use his battle record to buy videos. On the other hand, after he had fully comprehended the 9 heavenly strikes, he could make videos and put them in the martial shadow hall for others to buy and earn battle records. However, that would have to wait until he had cultivated the 9 heavenly strikes to perfection. Even perfection was not enough. After all, in the eternal battle fort, there were many people who had cultivated the 9 heavenly strikes to perfection. Some of them were very famous. If ordinary people wanted to buy videos, they would definitely choose the videos of famous people to observe and comprehend. He did not want to think about anything else. It was better to concentrate on comprehending and practicing. He performed one sword move after another and split them up one by one. After dozens of continuous battles in the virtual realm, he had a deeper understanding of the 9 heavenly strike. He had gained some insights. He had completely grasped the great achievement realm. Above that was perfection. This time, he was going to reach perfection. Once he had cultivated the 9 heavenly strikes to perfection, his combat strength would be further stimulated. By then, he would be able to obtain more battle records in the virtual realm. In the virtual realm, winning streaks were very important to obtain high battle record. 1 win was 10, 2 wins were 20, and 3 wins were 30. The higher the winning streak, the more amazing the battle record. If he could obtain 10 consecutive victories, then he would be able to obtain 100 battle records. Moreover, if one did not continue to fight during the winning streak, then the next time they entered, they would continue to fight and maintain the winning streak. The record would not be counted from the beginning. Only by losing would one's battle record be restarted. With a slash of the sword light was like water. As the water light flashed past, there seemed to be layers of ripples sweeping out. Strands of chi power swept out, and each strand of chi power represented a change. 9 strikes, 81 moves, 729 transformations. All of a sudden, the sword light paused. Chen Zong remained in the posture of wielding his sword, as if he had turned into a statue. Countless inspirations surged in his mind, and inspiration gushed out from his mind. Collision, convergence. I seem to have been too formal. Chen Zong suddenly realized. 729 transformations. Every 9 transformations make up 1 move. 81 moves, and every 9 moves make up 1 attack. Previously, I always thought that 9 transformations make up 1 move, and 9 moves make up 1 attack. Actually, that's not the case. Change. The purpose of the 9 heavenly spirit strikes and its core mystery lie in change. 729 transformations, 81 moves, 9 attacks. All of them are changing. They are not fixed. Any 9 transformations can be turned into 1 move, and any 9 moves can be turned into 1 attack. Everything can be changed according to one's will. As soon as this idea appeared, it suddenly became clear. However, even though he was enlightened, he still needed to practice. In theory, any 9 of the 729 transformations could be turned into any one of the 81 moves. In reality, it was not so simple. There was always a difference between suitable and unsuitable ones. Chen Zong needed to find the most suitable one to display the power of the 9 heavenly spirit strikes to the extreme. Only then could it be perfected. In this way, different cultivators' heavenly spirit 9 strikes would have different aspects. After all, 729 transformations, 81 moves, and 9 attacks represented many combinations and possibilities. Chen Zong could not help but think of Xiaojing, who had defeated him before. With 1 move, 9 streaks of sword light came to him like a cage and broke his yin and yang sword realm. That should be the 9 heavenly spirit strikes of the perfected realm that Xiaojing had comprehended. Then, what should his 9 heavenly spirit strikes of the perfected realm be like? Sheathing his long sword, Chernzong returned to the second floor of the pavilion to meditate. He removed all distracting thoughts and meditated quietly. He simulated in his mind with his mind to find the best combination. The more he meditated, the more Chernzong felt that the 9 heavenly spirit strikes of the 9 heavenly spirit strikes was profound and unfathomable. When he thought he had seen its face, he found that it was not the real face. It was still hidden. It seemed to be contained in the endless mountains and rivers. Chernzong constantly deduced and overturned, just to find the best combination. The so-called best combination was not necessarily the most powerful, but it must be the combination that was most suitable for oneself. In this way, one's strength and advantages could be displayed to the extreme. However, 729 transformations, 81 moves, and 9 attacks could be combined in many ways. The least one could be hundreds, and the most one could be thousands. It was not easy to deduce the most suitable combination. Some people did not deduce completely, but made a choice when they were almost done. However, Chernzong had always been a person who did not do anything. If he did do something, he must do it perfectly. In this way, he would not have any regrets. Sometimes, a slight and insignificant difference could affect one's progress in the future. In terms of cultivation, Chernzong was never careless or casual. He always strived for perfection. There was no doubt that the time and energy he had to put in was astonishing. Every day, Chernzong spent his days with his mind almost exhausted. Deduction, exhaustion, recovery, deduction again. It formed a cycle. Unknowingly, 1 month had passed. Chernzong's face was slightly pale, which was caused by the continuous consumption of his mind. However, after the deduction was completed, Zhang Xian understood more than 1,000 combinations. Next, he would find the most suitable combination for himself and improve the 9 heavenly spirit strikes to the perfected realm. After resting and recovering his energy, Chernzong closed his eyes and began to meditate. Meditation was stillness, and drawing the sword was movement. The combination of movement and stillness was the most suitable. A few days passed. Suddenly, Chernzong put away his sword and laughed. Why do I have to be restricted to one combination? The Tao of Heart sword originates from the heart, moves by the mind, manifests in the body, and appears in the sword. No matter how many combinations there are in the 9 heavenly spirit strikes, they are all controlled by my mind and heart. I can do whatever I want with the sword. Chernzong's eyes became brighter. His Tao of the sword was originally closely related to his mind. If his mind was there, the sword would be there. If his mind was moved, the sword would move. If his mind was restrained, the sword would stop. The mind came first, and then the sword. In this way, he could control it with his mind. There was nothing he could not do. Enlightenment suddenly spread, like a bolt of divine thunder across the dark void, splitting the sky and earth, and suddenly becoming clear. Others might only master one or a few combinations, but he did not need to do so. He could completely master and apply any combination that he had deduced. As for how to use it, it all depended on the situation of the battle. Different combinations would have different benefits. It's a new month. I can challenge the heavenly battle tower again. Chernzong put away his sword, and his astonishing aura was restrained. He left the pavilion. Yang Guan's pavilion was tightly shut. He did not know if he had left or what. Unable to find him, Chernzong went to the heavenly battle tower by himself. He entered the first level of the heavenly battle tower again. This time, it was still the ferocious beast wasteland. If Chernzong did not pass the first level and entered again, it might be another battle environment. However, since he had passed it, it was equivalent to being fixed. Roar! As a black and white door appeared, a powerful ferocious beast also stepped out. However, it was not a giant bear that appeared this time. Instead, it was an astonishingly powerful giant black lion. It was majestic and mighty, and its aura was astonishing. During the last challenge, this giant lion was among the 9 ferocious beasts. Now, it appeared as the vanguard. The giant lion's ferocious eyes stared at Chen Zong, and it immediately rushed toward him. Its terrifying aura was like that of a beast king. Its roar seemed to want to shatter Chen Zong. Chen Zong's eyes focused slightly. He took a step forward smoothly like moving clouds and flowing water. His long sword was unsheathed, bringing along a white sword light. It was as light and agile as smoke, but it condensed an astonishing sharpness and attack. What the perfection stage of the Heavenly Spirit 9 strikes brought was not only a change and improvement in swordsmanship. On a deeper level, it was actually a brilliant application of one's own strength. Not only could it be used in swordsmanship, but it could also be used in footwork. In the blink of an eye, Chen Zong and the giant black lion brushed past each other. The long sword returned to its scabbard. After the giant black lion rushed forward for a few hundred meters, it seemed to be unable to stop its momentum. Its limbs went soft, and it seemed to have lost its strength. It kept sliding forward, drawing a long gully, and fell limp on the ground, motionless. Its eyes were penetrated, and even its brain was completely destroyed. One sword. It was only one sword. Compared with the last challenge, the difference was obvious. Then, 9 black and white double doors appeared, and 9 ferocious beasts appeared. Giant ape, black wolf, goshawk, giant bear, giant tiger, giant python, giant crocodile. Last time, facing 9 ferocious beasts, Chen Zong felt heavy pressure. This time, however, he was 100 times more confident. Take the initiative to attack. His body flashed, and his footsteps turned into a white shadow. Like a white steed flashing across a gap, he unsheathed his long sword and merged with it. The sword silently pierced the void and directly attacked the giant ape. 1 against 9. But he was not afraid. With the sword in hand, he knew all the 729 changes of the 81 styles of the 9 strikes of the Heavenly Spirit. He could control them with his heart. The sword moved when he thought about it. Chen Zong used the 9 ferocious beasts as practice target. Under the siege of 9 ferocious beasts, he seemed to be at ease. It seemed to be very dangerous, but only Chen Zong knew the secret behind it. This was a kind of enjoyment. When fighting became a kind of enjoyment, there was nothing to fear. When the sword was drawn, the beasts were killed. The 9 ferocious beasts could not hold on for long under Chen Zong's sword. They were quickly killed one by one. Chen Zong was not in a hurry to enter the second floor. Instead, he stood where he was and reflected on the battle just now. He had a deeper understanding of the perfection stage of the 9 strikes of the Heavenly Spirit. Chapter 1739. Third update, on the second floor of the Heaven-Earth Battle Tower. Heaven and Earth opened up like a curtain, presenting itself in front of Chen Zong's eyes. This was a very peculiar place. The 4 walls seemed to be made of black, cold metal. He didn't know how thick or how high they were, because he couldn't see the end of it when he looked up. On each of the 4 cold walls, there was a huge beast head that looked like a dragon or a tiger protruding out. A huge black chain extended from its slightly open mouth. The 4 walls, the 4 beast heads, and the 4 chains were all filled with a terrifying, cold aura like hell. Just this aura alone was enough to make it difficult for ordinary cultivators to move. The end of the 4 chains was connected to a square arena that was suspended in the center. The arena was also black, and it also exuded a shocking chill. Chen Zong was standing on the arena. Chen Zong tried to walk to the edge of the arena and look down. It was so deep that he couldn't see the bottom. He felt a chill invade him for no reason, and his hair stood on end. It was as if he would die if he fell down. This was a very dangerous battle environment, even more dangerous than the ferocious beast wasteland. "You are the challenger," A cold and stiff voice suddenly sounded. Chen Zong looked in the direction of the voice. His eyes were like lightning, and he saw a black figure appear on one of the beast heads. His body was straight, and his long saber was slanted. His eyes were sharp and cold, and his whole body was filled with an extremely cold aura. Chen Zong's eyes narrowed slightly. He felt a trace of threat from the other party. A strong opponent. This was a strong opponent. The black-clothed man's cold gaze seemed to pierce through Chen Zong. Immediately, his body leaped and landed on the huge black chain like a black eagle pouncing on its prey. His legs turned into a phantom, and he rushed on the huge black chain at an astonishing speed. The 4 chains, each about 1,000 meters long, were like huge black pythons that ran horizontally. Using heaven and earth execution, Chen Zong's eyes turned from sharp to calm. He stared at his opponent, capturing his every move. His figure was like an illusion as he rushed over like a ghost. Soon after, the tip of his foot suddenly pushed off the ground, causing the entire chain to sway slightly and emit a soft, ear-piercing sound. His figure abruptly leaped high into the air. His outstretched arms were like the wings of a goshawk as he swept through the sky. His gaze became even sharper. His aura also rose to the peak in that instant, and his killing intent filled the air. Kill! A saber slashed down from the sky, breaking through the air like a falling black meteor, arriving at an astonishing speed. What the other party used was earth elemental energy. In terms of direct destructive power, earth elemental energy was superior to sky elemental energy. Chen Zong felt the terrifying sword pressure pressing down on him from the sky, suffocating him. If it was before he obtained the Heavenly Spirit 9 strikes, he might feel pressured and find it difficult to deal with this attack. However, it was different now. His figure turned nimbly like a fish in the water or a bird in the sky. When he unsheathed his sword, the white sword light was like smoke, like a wisp of smoke from a kitchen chimney. An intense battle began, a duel between sword and saber. This black-clothed swordsman was much stronger than the ferocious beasts from before. If Chen Zong had not grasped the Heavenly Spirit 9 strikes, he would not have been a match for him. This indirectly meant that if the other challengers did not grasp a martial technique and cultivate it to a certain level, it would be difficult for them to pass the second level. This showed how difficult it was to pass the Heavenly Spirit 9 strike. However, the second level was not a problem for him. After exchanging blows, Chen Zong gradually grasped his opponent's ability. He was indeed strong and not easy to deal with. However, under the Heavenly Spirit 9 strikes, it was difficult to resist. Change. Chen Zong divided the Heavenly Spirit 9 strikes into 81 strikes and used them as he pleased. 1 strike for 1 strike, there was no need to be precise with the 729 changes. With a sword in hand, the 81 strikes were like a violent storm or a landslide. He completely had the upper hand, controlled the rhythm, and suppressed his opponent. With a stab, the white sword light jumped 3 times in the void. It was difficult to guard against. It swept past his opponent's neck and tore half of it. Their bodies passed by each other, and he turned around and slashed horizontally. Victory! Chen Zong exhaled slightly. He did not know what reward he would get this time, other than the 2,000 points. The reward soon appeared. A white light shot down from the sky and condensed into a ball in front of Chen Zong. Chen Zong did not get a martial technique, but an elixir. There were 2 round elixirs the size of a pinky finger, half black and half white. They emitted an indescribable fragrance. As the fragrance entered Chen Zong's nose, the chi of heaven and earth in his body trembled slightly, as if it was yearning. Heavenly Pilfering Earth Pill. Low grade. He did not expect to get 2 low-grade Heavenly Pilfering Earth Pills, which were equivalent to 2,000 points. Let's go to the 3rd floor first. Chen Zong immediately put away the 2 low-grade Heavenly Pilfering Earth Pills. Although he wanted to take them now, if he missed the time to refine them after taking them, he would be sent out of the heaven and earth battle tower. At that time, he would have to wait until next month to go to the third floor. He would keep them for now and focus on the third floor. If he could pass the third floor, he would get more rewards and be able to enter the fourth floor. At that time, his genius rank would be increased. Mid-grade geniuses could choose a basic martial technique to cultivate for free. Therefore, as long as those mid-grade geniuses were willing to settle down for a while, they could usually pass the first, second, and even the third floor. According to the rules of the Eternal Battle Fort, a mid-grade genius must pass the fourth floor within a year. Otherwise, they would be expelled and lose the right to enter the Eternal Battle Fort forever. However, under normal circumstances, geniuses who were able to obtain the intermediate grade would be able to cultivate a fundamental martial art to the great accomplishment realm within a year. In addition to their other abilities, it would not be difficult for them to pass the third level. However, the fourth level would be somewhat difficult. Of course, if one did not cultivate any martial techniques, the first floor would be difficult. The third floor opened up, and in front of him were pieces of stones. The smallest stone was 1/2 meter in radius, while the largest was 1 meter in radius. They were irregular and floated in the air, forming a staircase that went up level by level. These were the floating stairs. At the bottom of the stairs was a bottomless abyss. Looking at it gave one a creepy feeling, as if there was a terrifying demon hidden in the depths. Chunzong looked around. There was nothing but a stone staircase in front of him that kept going upwards. There was no end to it, only a white fog. After observing for a while, Chunzong stepped forward and landed on the first step. Suddenly, the stone staircase swayed like duckweed in the water. It looked like a stone, but when stepped on, it was like a lotus leaf. If one was not careful, they would fall. The appearance was very confusing. Fortunately, Chunzong reacted quickly and his control of his body had reached an amazing level. He stabilized himself in time and immediately stepped on the second step. Interestingly, Chunzong was ready, but the staircase was steady and did not move at all. The third step swayed slightly and turned over in an instant. Chunzong was surprised. Up, 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 up. Every step was different and completely random. Chunzong could not predict and guard against it. If it were not for Chunzong's extraordinary ability, he would have fallen down and died in the bottomless abyss. Even so, Chunzong had to concentrate and raise his perception to the extreme. Finally, Chunzong saw dozens of irregular stone slabs floating in the air. Some were long, some were short, and some were long, and there was no pattern to them. A figure in a white robe stood on one of the stone slabs with his back to Chunzong. When the wind blew, his robe fluttered as if he was flying with the wind. "You're here. I've waited here for a long time in vain." A voice sounded. It was neither cold nor harsh, but as light as the wind. The words made Chunzong feel that he was not trying to break through, but facing a real opponent. It seemed that the opponent did not expect Chunzong to answer. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly turned around, which made Chunzong feel that his figure overlapped and blurred. Before he could see the opponent's face clearly, he saw a blurry white sword light rushing like clouds and mist. It was like white liquid dripping into water. Endless sword chi suddenly came from all directions like silk and mist. Chunzong was horrified. 9 heavenly spirit strikes. What the opponent used was the basic martial art 9 heavenly spirit strikes, which had reached the mastery realm. It was really amazing. Chunzong was not worried at all. Instead, he was excited. He unsheathed his long sword and attacked with 9 heavenly spirit strikes. A duel between swordsmen. A duel between 9 heavenly spirit strikes in the mastery realm. Not only that, dozens of stone slabs were suspended in the air. When they fell, some of them were as steady as mountains, but some of them would shake like boats in the wind and wave. Some of them would turn over in an instant like rolling stones. It was difficult to stand still. The unique environment made this battle even more difficult and full of variables. However, the opponent seemed to be very adapted to such a battle environment. It seemed that he had completely mastered it. For a moment, Chen Zong had to be distracted and gradually fell into a disadvantage. However, this disadvantage was only temporary. While fighting, Chen Zong adapted to such a battle environment and observed the mystery of the opponent's swordsmanship. The 9 heavenly spirit strikes in the mastery realm had different usages. His opponent's perfect state seemed to have transformed the sword light into a mist that permeated the surroundings. It was formed by the condensation of sword qi and enveloped the surroundings. Every strand of sword qi was astonishingly sharp and agile. This combination was also in Chen Zong's deduction. However, Chen Zong deduced many combinations and controlled them with his mind. In fact, he was not skillful enough. But the opponent chose this combination and studied it deeply. In the short term, the opponent's method was undoubtedly better. But in the long term, Chen Zong's method had more potential. He absorbed the mystery of the opponent's swordsmanship and integrated it into himself to improve his own swordsmanship. The fierce battle continued. The sword light was like mist and rippling like water. Chen Zong had almost mastered the mystery of the opponent's swordsmanship. He seized the moment and attacked with his sword. This sword was like a gust of wind integrated into the void. It was as violent as a raging fire and as destructive as a thunderbolt. It was like a mountain flood bursting through a dam or a mountain collapsing. When the two swords collided, an amazing power was released and destroyed the opponent's sword light. Chapter 1740. Fourth Update. The eternal battle fort stood in the vast void of the universe and slowly rotated. The stars in the distance were burning fiercely, releasing shocking light and heat that lit up half of the eternal battle fort. The change of night and day explained the endless cycle of time. A ball of white light floated in front of Chen Zong. It was so mesmerizing. 3 low-grade sky-stealing and earth-changing pills. Now Chen Zong had 5 low-grade sky-stealing and earth-changing pills. But he didn't know if 5 low-grade sky-stealing and earth-changing pills could raise his mortal body from low-grade to mid-grade. All of this could wait until he left the Heaven-Earth Battle Tower. Now it was time to go to the 4th floor. I passed the 3rd floor and can enter the 4th floor. I can raise my genius rank to mid-grade, Chen Zong said to himself and chose to enter the 4th floor. The scene before him changed. In a hall there was a figure. Even a low-grade mortal body can reach the 4th floor. A deep and powerful voice sounded from the figure's mouth. It seemed to have a trace of surprise and spread in all directions, adding a bit of pressure. Chen Zong felt a heavy pressure from the other party. He was much stronger than the opponents on the 3rd floor. Chen Zong remembered that Yang Guan said that the opponents on the 1st to 3rd floors of the Heaven-Earth Battle Tower were categorized according to their physique. They were between low-grade mortal body and mid-grade mortal body. The 4th to 6th floors were from mid-grade mortal body to high-grade mortal body. The 7th to 9th floors were from high-grade mortal body to top-grade mortal body. Of course, the mid-grade mortal body on the 4th floor was better than the mid-grade mortal body on the 3rd floor. The 10th floor was a qualitative leap. The lowest physique was a spiritual physique that surpassed the top-grade mortal body. The difference between low-grade mortal body, mid-grade mortal body, and king-level mortal body was huge. The battle began. His opponent was tall and burly, and his aura was shocking. He held a pitch-black halberd in his right hand. There were white patterns on it that looked like dragons and snakes intersecting. It emitted a shocking aura. It was a low-grade weapon. A low-grade weapon could increase one's strength by 10%. It didn't change one's strength, which was very shocking. If it was a mid-grade or high-grade weapon, it would be even more shocking. Other than his own strength, the fact that he was able to pass the 3rd floor was also inseparable from the amplification of the low-grade combat weapon. Now that his opponent also had a low-grade combat weapon, his advantage in terms of weapons was gone. In that case, let's use strength to determine who is stronger. Step by step, the burly figure closed in like a mountain. A black armor covered his entire body, revealing only a rough face and a pair of eyes that were like a ferocious tiger. The closer he got, the stronger his aura became, and the stronger the pressure became. The surrounding air became oppressive and heavy, as if it was about to condense into a solid state, pressing in from all directions like fine steel. Wisps of black energy seeped out from his body, passing through his arm and into the halberd. The halberd trembled slightly, as if an evil dragon was about to break out of the sea. Boom! When this person was 10 meters away from Chernzong, he suddenly appeared with his halberd in the air. The muscles all over his body vibrated, and an extremely tyrannical force burst out, pushing the halberd. It was like a black meteorite that traversed the void, tearing and shattering the vacuum as it blasted towards Chernzong. Under this merciless blow, heaven and earth were shattered. Before the halberd arrived, the astonishing pressure had already reached Chernzong, suffocating him in an instant. He felt as if his whole body was being crazily squeezed by an endless and terrifying pressure. It was difficult for him to move. He could only take this blow head-on, and it shattered him. This opponent's cultivation was at the same level as his, but he had a medium mortal body. Chernzong felt that the flow of his power seemed to be smoother, and the power that burst out seemed to be more tyrannical. Chernzong activated the heaven and earth spell, and the heavenly spiritual energy swept through his body. He only felt that his body became very light, as if he was about to fly in the air. White light seeped out, and Chernzong's body seemed to become erratic, like duckweed rippling in the water. He unsheathed his long sword and drew a white sword light. The sword light collided with the terrifying aura of the halberd, making a series of dull sounds. Countless ripples surged in all directions, like wild waves overflowing. Chernzong's figure floated into the air, and the 9 heavenly spirit strikes slashed out. Various changes were contained within it, and it dissolved the power brought about by the opponent's ferocious halberd strike, and countered with a counterattack. This opponent was indeed very powerful. From the beginning, he had to show his real strength to deal with it. Chernzong activated the 9 heavenly spirit strikes to the fullest, and he did not hold back at all. Kill! The white sword light was like a rippling water, spreading a trace of misty illusion, like a picture scroll that was both real and unreal. The moment the sword and halberd collided, Chernzong felt a tyrannical and violent force rushing towards him, almost crushing him. The realm of freedom. In an instant, Chernzong did not hesitate to enter a special state. He was in control of himself, his surroundings, and his perception. The 9 heavenly spirit strikes. The sword light was like a mist, light, agile, changeable, and elusive. The mist was not real mist, but was condensed from countless fine sword chi. The sword chi fluctuated endlessly, and the mist became thicker and thicker. It turned into steam, and in the end, it became a turbulent tide, surging in all directions and sweeping out. In the void, there was a crashing sound like the waves of the sea. In an instant, a few traces of silver flashed in the opponent's pitch-black eyes, and he also entered the realm of freedom. Then, the earth elemental energy surged, like an earth dragon turning around, and all of it poured into the halberd. Boom! The halberd broke through the air, as if it could completely shatter a mountain, and as if the earth was collapsing. The earth elemental strike. Like the 9 heavenly spirit strikes, it was a basic martial art of the heaven and earth. However, the 9 heavenly spirit strikes was the application of spiritual energy, while the earth elemental strike was the application of earth elemental energy. The 9 heavenly spirit strikes was light and changeable, while the earth elemental strike was different. There were no obvious changes, and there were not many styles or moves, only one strike. It was a very pure strike, condensing and compressing all of the earth elemental energy, and then releasing it. Its power was extremely terrifying, and in an instant it shattered everything. In terms of destructive power, the earth elemental strike was at least twice as powerful as the 9 heavenly spirit strike. Of course, the 9 heavenly spirit strikes was not a direct destructive power, but a type of transformation. They each had their own strengths. However, in a direct collision, all of Chen Zong's sword light and sword qi, which had condensed into a fog tide, were shattered and turned into water droplets that splashed in all directions. His opponent's earth elemental strike had also reached perfection. Boom! In an instant, Chen Zong's body was also penetrated by the terrifying black light. Like a meteorite exploding, Chen Zong's body was directly blasted into pieces. At the same time, a white sword light pierced down from the sky from another direction. This sword seemed to strike down from the clouds. It had a kind of nimbleness and also a kind of majesty. It looked like one sword, but in fact, it was the 9 swords of the 9 heavenly spirit strike. The swords connected and condensed into a majestic ray of light that struck down. Even if in terms of direct destructive power, the 9 heavenly spirit strikes were not as powerful as the earth elemental strike, but the combined power of the 9 swords was still very shocking. If it hit, it was enough to kill the opponent. However, the opponent's physique was more advanced, and he was able to circulate his power more smoothly. His reaction was also faster, and in addition, he was also in the state of freedom. In an instant, he struck out with his halberd, and it was as if a mountain was smashing down. Earth Elemental Strike. This opponent was very strong. In the battle with Chen Zong, he did not dodge at all. Relying on his own strength and astonishing earth elemental energy, he once again used the earth elemental strike to attack, and met force with force. The 9 heavenly spirit strikes collided with the earth elemental strike again, and in an instant, an extremely shocking power exploded. However, the sword radiance of the 9 heavenly spirit strikes only lasted for a moment before it was defeated. It exploded like a bubble, and turned into an illusion. Chen Zong's body was also shattered in an instant, as if it was completely shattered. However, a ray of sword radiance was very incredible. It pierced out from another angle, and it was extremely ingenious. It seemed to contain all the changes between heaven and earth, and it was endless. The 9 heavenly spirit strikes contained 729 changes. It was as if there was no limit to the number of changes that could be performed and combined. The ray of sword radiance seemed simple, but it was constantly fluctuating. It was dark and dim, and it was impossible to grasp. This was because within the ray of sword radiance there were many changes. Every change would cause the ray of sword radiance to fluctuate. Kill. The ray of sword radiance stabbed out diagonally, and it was like a flowing light in the sky. It felt as if there was no beginning and no end, and it was difficult to judge. The opponent did not completely dodge this attack. One of his arms was directly torn off, but the other hand held the halberd tightly. In an instant, he counterattacked. The attack broke through the air, and its power was extremely terrifying, as if heaven and earth were collapsing. Chen Zong only felt that half of his body was numb, and he seemed to have lost consciousness. In an instant, Chen Zong knew that he was injured, and his injury was very serious. He was even more injured than his opponent. This was his last chance. If he could not kill his opponent with this attack, he would die and he would fail to pass the test. The next time he would have to wait until the next month, and it would undoubtedly take more time. Resolute. Kill. Even if he had to risk his life, he would explode with the last attack and kill his opponent. In an instant, under the boundary between life and death, the deeper potential of his body was stimulated. Vaguely, Chen Zong felt that the 9 heavenly spirit strikes seemed to be surpassing the limit and breaking through the realm of consummation. This was a strike that incorporated all of his belief. It was the last sword strike. It was resolute, unparalleled, lifeless, and indomitable. Kill. At the same time, a ray of extremely domineering black light also blasted out, as if it was shattering the vacuum. Chen Zong only felt that his body seemed to have lost all consciousness. But before he completely lost consciousness, Chen Zong saw his opponent's body disintegrate and disappear. A ray of black light fell and appeared in front of him. In the next moment, his consciousness quickly became blurred, as if he was sinking into a bottomless abyss, as if he would never wake up. It was as if he had fallen into a dream, and he could not wake up no matter how hard he tried. But he could hear the sounds of the outside world. It was like a dream, so far away, but also seemed to be whispering in his ears. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and instantly woke up. All the dreamlike feelings completely disappeared. Chapter 1741. I want to cry. I can't believe I made such a big mistake. I mistook the 5th chapter as the 6th chapter, but the 6th chapter was not updated. Instead, I skipped to the 7th chapter. Did no one notice? Now, the Dominator of the 6 realms has put the 6th chapter up as well. The wilderness was boundless, and the ferocious beasts were raging. The pitch-black giant eagle spread its wings in the sky and tore through space like a blade, leaving behind 2 faint scars. It was like a sword striking the moon and a falling star. Its eyes flickered with an extremely scarlet light. It was incomparably sharp and pierced through the sun and moon. Chen Zong couldn't help but tremble. He was terrified and felt like he was about to be torn apart. The giant eagle suddenly opened its claws. The black light was dazzling. At the same time, the huge black wolf launched a surprise attack from behind. Its vigorous body leaped like a bolt of black lightning. The wolf stretched out its claws and tore through the void. Traces of black chi flowed like water, spreading out and finally condensing on the sharp claws. In front of them, the 5-meter-tall giant black ape raised its fist. Black chi filled the air, and its fist smashed down like a meteor falling from the sky. The air rippled like water, and countless ripples swept out, going against the flow. The other 3 ferocious beasts had already been killed by Chen Zong's sword. However, Chen Zong didn't feel good after killing the 3 ferocious beasts. In an instant, Chen Zong was besieged by 3 powerful ferocious beasts. Each of the ferocious beasts had their own characteristic. They covered the sky and the ground. Chen Zong's eyes flashed silver. Under the ego state, he had complete control of his body. At the same time, his perception of everything around him was raised to the extreme. Everyone's ego state was similar, but there could also be subtle differences. Chen Zong's difference was that he had improved his perception of the outside world. With a perception that surpassed the limit, he could perceive everything around him earlier and more accurately and make the most accurate response. Even without looking, he could clearly sense the attacks coming from above, behind, and from the front. The power of each attack was terrible. If he was hit, he would most likely die. Even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. There was a wound on his back that was dripping with blood. If it weren't for the fact that he was in the realm of freedom, it would have long ruptured. He would have lost most of his blood and lost his ability to fight. Above him, in front of him, and behind him, 3 fierce and tyrannical attacks came at him. They seemed to come at the same time, but Chen Zong was able to sense them one after the other with his perception that surpassed the limit. Although the giant eagle was the furthest away from him, its speed was the fastest. Its attack should be the first to reach him, followed by the giant ape in front of him, and then the giant wolf behind him. Although the difference was very small, it was still possible to seize the opportunity. It was not impossible to establish the foundation of the universe through the counterattack. The giant eagle swooped down in the air, and clenched its extremely sharp claws, as if it could tear everything apart. The sharp aura made Chen Zong's scalp tingle. He felt as if his whole body was going to be pierced through by the sharp claws, then grabbed up in the air and tore into pieces. In the blink of an eye, Chunzong, who was in control of himself and his surroundings, swayed his body and avoided the giant eagle's attack. Under the stimulation of the heavenly spiritual power, he stabbed out with his sword and directly pierced the soft part of the giant eagle's abdomen. This sword had both Chunzong's own strength and the giant eagle's high-speed inertia. Blood immediately spilled. The giant wolf's claws behind him also reached him in an instant. Chunzong used the force to shift his body and avoid the wolf's claws. The giant wolf opened its mouth and emitted a strong stench. Deep in its throat, there was a rumble of thunder. Its sharp fangs suddenly shone with a cold white light as it bit down. A single bite was enough to crush fine steel. At the same time, the giant ape's meteorite-like punch also arrived. The air pressure brought by the punch was as hard as an iron wall. It directly collided and crushed Chunzong, as if it was going to crush him. He waved his long sword and cut through the air, following the weak point of the air pressure. His body flashed and turned into a gust of wind, passing through the gap. At the same time, he turned around and pierced the giant ape's right eye with his sword. The various martial arts mastered by the original body could be used and applied, but because of the cultivation method, it could not be used to the extreme. For masters, it was important to be able to use a martial art to its fullest extent. Whether it was powerful or not was another matter. Whether there were no obvious flaws was another matter. It was like walking. One path was flat and the other was bumpy. Of course, the first path was easier to walk. But Chunzong was now using the power of heaven and earth determination to use the body martial art. It was like walking on a bumpy road. Although he could still move forward, it was not as smooth. He had to use all his strength. Kill the eagle, kill the ape, and kill the wolf. The three ferocious beasts died one after another. Chunzong exited the self-freedom state. He felt that his strength was almost exhausted, and his whole body was sore. The wound on his back was burning and blood was oozing out. First, there was one ferocious beast, then there were 9 ferocious beasts. This battle was very difficult. Chunzong did not relax at all, because he was not sure if he could pass the first floor. But if there were 2 more ferocious beasts, he would definitely lose. It's so difficult. How many people can pass it? Chunzong could not help but think. Although he was limited by his body and consciousness, and could not use his combat strength to the extreme, he was not weak. At least, he was not at the bottom among the newcomers. Even so, it was so difficult. If he was a little weaker, he would have no hope at all. According to the rules of the Eternal Battle Fort, I have to pass at least the corresponding floor within a year. I am a lower grade. I have to pass at least the first floor to keep the eternal token of heaven and earth. Chunzong thought. If it was an intermediate grade, then he had to pass the 4th floor within a year. If it was a superior grade, then he had to pass the 7th floor within a year. If it was a king grade, then he had to pass the 10th floor within a year. In fact, the battle tower was not easy to challenge. Even a newcomer who got an intermediate grade at the beginning could lose on the first floor. After all, the grade represented the level of the genius, not the strength. Every newcomer had the same starting point. In a short period of time, there would not be a big difference in strength. Only after a long period of cultivation would there be a clear difference in strength. However, 1 year here was equivalent to 10 years in some worlds. With this amount of time, more than half of the geniuses could reach the standard, while a few could not. The result of not reaching the standard was naturally to be deprived of the qualification to enter the Eternal Battle Fort. On the other hand, it could be seen that innate talent was very important here. It determined the height of one's cultivation in the future. Although one's innate talent could be improved through other methods, it would undoubtedly take more time and effort. It was like walking on horseback and walking on foot. At the beginning, the difference would be small, but as time passed, the difference would become bigger and bigger. Although they were both walking along the path, the speed and the price paid would be completely different. As he was thinking, no ferocious beast appeared again. Instead, a ray of light shot down and fell in front of Chen Zong. It was a white ray of light. It condensed into a white ball of light and floated in front of Chen Zong. There seemed to be something inside. Chen Zong reached out and grabbed it. The light dissipated and turned into a white dot, which instantly disappeared between his eyebrows. 9 heavenly spirit strikes. Chen Zong could not help but be happy. It seemed that he had passed the first floor and received an extra reward. His luck was not bad. It was a martial art of the heaven and earth, which was exactly what he needed at the moment. Chen Zong was not in a hurry to enter the second floor. Instead, he stood on the wasteland of the first floor and first operated his martial art to recover his strength. At the same time, he divided his attention to comprehend the 9 heavenly spirit strike. The 9 heavenly spirit strikes was one of the martial arts of the heaven and earth. If he wanted to exchange for it, he would need 1,000 battle achievements. To some extent, it was the most common martial arts of the heaven and earth. Even so, it was still very mysterious, and the profoundness contained within it made Chen Zong very surprised. In terms of its mystery, it was not inferior to his own line of heaven and earth and the yin and yang sword realm. To some extent, it was even better. However, Chen Zong was not too surprised. After all, it was a martial art of the heaven and earth. The heaven and earth belonged to the Lord of heaven and earth. It was one of the 3 dominators of the eternal battle fort. What kind of existence was the eternal battle fort? The entire Tianyuan sacred region was less than 1% of it. In such a powerful force, their foundation was incomparably deep. Even the foundational martial arts were incomparably profound. Xiao Zheng, who had defeated him, had used the 9 heavenly spirit strike. However, he practiced the sword, so it could also be called the 9 heavenly spirit strike. This was also the profound part of the basic martial arts of the 9 heavenly spirit strike. Many martial arts had already been finalized when they were created. For example, Chen Zong's line of heaven and earth was a sword move. It could only be used with a sword to display its power. It also had to be combined with sword essence. If it was used with saber essence and saber, it would have to be modified. The 9 heavenly spirit strikes were different. It could be used with bare hands and any weapon, and it could also be utilized with any Dao insight. It was like a frame that could be filled with anything he wanted. The only restriction was its strength, and it had to be a cultivation technique and energy of the heavens and the earth in order to truly utilize its might. Chen Zong's comprehension was very high. He could create a unique move like line of heaven and earth. Therefore, there was no bottleneck in comprehending the 9 heavenly spirit strike. After spending some time, he had already comprehended part of the mystery and started to understand it. He drew his sword and began to practice on the first floor. Comprehension was for stillness, and practice was for movement. The combination of movement and stillness was the most suitable. Chen Zong did not purposefully use it. Instead, he went with the flow. His sword did not move quickly. He swung it one after another, neither too slow nor too fast. Every time he swung his sword, he would carefully comprehend the mysteries and the various changes it contained. The 9 heavenly spirit strikes was a sword technique called the 9 heavenly spirit strikes. It was said to be 9 swords, but when broken down, it was 9 times 9 and 81 move. Every 9 moves were combined into one sword. Chen Zong was immersed in the mystery of this practice. He could not extricate himself and forgot everything. In the end, perhaps because of the time limit, he did not choose to enter the second floor and was sent out of the Heaven-Earth Battle Tower. Yang Guan did not enter the tower. Instead, he stood outside and waited for Chen Zong. When he saw Chen Zong come out, he immediately went up to him. Brother Chen, how do you feel? Yang Guan did not ask if Chen Zong passed the first floor. He just looked at Chen Zong's expression and did not seem to be happy at all. What he did not know was that Chen Zong was still immersed in the mystery of the 9 heavenly spirit strike. Of course, he did not see any joy. Yang Guan thought that Chen Zong did not pass the first floor. Chapter 1742. Please note the 6th chapter. The 9 heavenly spirit strikes was an oversight by the dominator of samsara. He forgot to update it yesterday. Now, I'm updating it to connect the 5th chapter and the 7th chapter. Please forgive me for the inconvenience. If it still doesn't work, please send me the blade. As for this chapter, it's the 5th update. On the 2nd floor of the 2-story pavilion, Chen Zong looked at the 5 black and white pills floating in front of him and pondered. The 5 pills were the extra rewards for passing the 2nd and 3rd floors of the Heaven-Earth Battle Tower. The extra reward for passing the 4th floor was a basic martial arts technique, Earth Elemental Strike. In addition, the battle achievements were 2, 3,000 and 10,000 respectively. The total was 15,000. Adding the 500 points from the virtual realm, the total was 15,500 battle achievement. Chen Zong was thinking about how to use these battle achievements to improve himself. Middle-grade weapons could increase one's power by 20% and required 10,000 battle achievements to exchange for one. However, Chen Zong was more inclined to exchange for the 4th level of Heaven-Earth Execution. Cultivation techniques were the foundation of one's body. Continuous improvement would be more helpful to one's cultivation. That kind of improvement was comprehensive. The improvement of weapons was only a part of it. Therefore, the exchange for the 4th level of Heaven-Earth Execution was imperative. If one wanted to gain a foothold in the Eternal Battle Fort and climb higher, one's own fundamental strength was crucial. Otherwise, one would be like a rootless duckweed. In addition, if he passed the 4th floor, he would be able to increase his talent level from low grade to middle grade. He would also be able to choose a basic martial arts technique for free. What he had to consider now was whether or not to consume these 5 low-grade heaven-pilfering earth-changing pills. 5 pills might not be enough to increase his constitution from low grade to middle grade, but it could increase his chi of heaven and earth, which was also beneficial. However, the other method was to sell the 5 low-grade heaven-stealing and earth-changing elixirs and exchange them for battle achievement. Then, he would make up 10,000 points and directly exchange them for a middle-grade heaven-stealing and earth-changing elixir. This way, he would be able to directly upgrade his physique to middle-grade mortal constitution. In this way, all the battle achievements would be used up. You have to give up something to gain something, Chen Zong said to himself with a smile. What was the use of battle achievements? Exchange them to improve oneself. In that case, the purpose of obtaining battle records was to improve himself. How could he just leave them aside and not use them? While Chen Zong was deep in thought, he did not know that some of the upper echelons of the heaven and earth lineage had convened a small group discussion because of him. The result of the test shows that he is inferior. It seems that he is at the bottom of the inferior rank. General Ming, is this what you want to show us? An incomparably tall, mountain-like figure said in a low voice with some dissatisfaction. Let's talk after you finish reading. On the other side, a person with a similarly huge body and a voice that was as gentle as a spring breeze spoke unhurriedly. This kind of assessment is indeed the lowest grade, but this person's performance is extraordinary. In just a short few months, he was actually able to obtain such result. Even the majority of the intermediate grade geniuses are unable to achieve this. The third voice was suffused with coldness, and it was like a gust of icy wind had blown past, and it carried a little surprise. So you're saying that there's a possibility that something went wrong during the test? The first deep voice sounded again. If there were no mistakes in the test, then the cultivation progress after being tested and evaluated was basically in line with the progress of that level. Unless there was some deviation in the test. After all, the test was not 100% certain. It was only mostly certain, and there was a very small chance that there would be a deviation. This had happened in the past. Let's look at the test footage from that day. The second voice suggested, but this requires the joint agreement of at least 3 managers. This is why you came to us, right? Yes. General Ming smiled. He happened to be managing the Heaven and Earth Battle Tower during this period of time, so he knew about Chenzong's situation. He was a little surprised, so he did not want to miss out on this talent. I agree. The cold voice sounded. If that's the case, I agree too, the deep voice said helplessly. Soon, a video was projected on the screen. What is this boy doing? In the video, Chenzong did not cultivate at first. Instead, he remained motionless for a long time before starting to cultivate. Could he be comprehending the first 3 levels of the Heaven and Earth Divine Art? This was entirely possible. There were indeed people who did this, but that was a long time ago. After it happened a few times, people would be informed. How could this boy still make such a mistake? If he was not comprehending, what was he doing? The video continued, and Chenzong's performance was seen by the 3 people. Gradually, they came to a conclusion. Perhaps he was comprehending the first 3 levels of the Heaven and Earth Divine Art and missed the time to cultivate. In terms of cultivation speed, he is indeed not bad. However, his age cannot be faked, and his physique is also very ordinary. His age is slightly older, his physique is ordinary, but his performance is not bad. He has potential. General Ming, are you saying that we should retest him? Yes, I feel that this boy is not ordinary. General Ming pointed at the figure in the video and smiled. Retest? It's not that simple. It will affect a lot. I don't agree with retesting now. I don't agree with retesting either. This boy's performance is not bad, but it can only be considered good. If he can reach the 7th level in the next year, I will agree to retest him. The deep voice sounded, and his tone was firm and unquestionable. No, I will apply for a deeper test in the name of the Earth Palace Lord. Ming Jiang shook his head slightly. With a swipe of his hand, the image immediately disappeared like an illusion. A person who was rated low and was at the bottom of the low level could pass the first level of the Heaven and Earth Battle Tower on his first try, and on his second try, he could pass the 4th level and reach the 5th level. This was very shocking. Even many intermediate geniuses would find it difficult to do so. Only the upper-level geniuses had hope. King-level geniuses were not included. After all, they were directly above the upper, middle, and lower levels. There was a fundamental difference. Any king-level genius could easily pass the first 6 levels of the Heaven and Earth Battle Tower. From the 7th level onwards it would be a bit difficult, but only a bit difficult. There was a huge difference between passing the 4th level and the 6th level for any lower or middle-level genius. Many mid-level geniuses might spend 10 to 100 years and still not be able to reach the 6th level, let alone pass the 6th level. This boy needed to pass the 6th level within a year to be retested. Without a doubt, the chances were very slim. It was almost impossible. Even if he was given 10 years, it would still be difficult. However, if the time was relaxed to 100 years, there would be some hope. Well, there were many geniuses in the Eternal Battle Fort. One more wouldn't matter. Unless the boy had the potential to reach the king level, there was no need for General Ming to put in too much effort. A small discussion also came to a conclusion, and this was the conclusion. Although it was said that Chenzong would be qualified to be tested again if he passed the 6th level of the Heaven and Earth Battle Tower within a year, that was almost impossible. It was as good as not saying anything. However, it was a fact that Chenzong had reached the 5th floor. As the manager of the Heaven and Earth Battle Pagoda, Ming Jiang needed to raise Chen Zong's talent level and treatment. Soon, this matter was arranged. In the pavilion, Chen Zong had finished his business. There was a pill in his hand. On the pill, there were 2 black stripes and 2 white stripes. They were intertwined with each other and emitted a faint fragrance. The qi of heaven and earth in Chen Zong's body rippled, as if he had seen a delicacy. Middle grade heaven pilfering earth pill. He only needed 1 pill to raise his constitution to a medium mortal body. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Zong began to consume the mid-grade heaven pilfering earth change pill. As soon as the pill entered his body, it turned into 2 black and 2 white qi. It quickly spread and seeped into his body. The heaven pilfering earth pill contained heaven and earth qi. It was purified and had a miraculous effect on the constitution of the heaven and earth bloodline. Refine. The heaven and earth qi kept pouring into his body. The black earth qi merged into his bones, muscles, skin, and organs, while the white qi merged into his bones, blood, and meridians. Then, they intertwined and connected. Chen Zong felt as if his body was constantly being torn apart, and new energy was constantly being poured into his body. There was a strange feeling of swelling, as if he was about to explode, but he wouldn't really explode. This was the power of the heaven pilfering earth pill. It was improving and strengthening his constitution. The level of the mortal body was closely related to the amount of heaven and earth qi in the body. The more heaven and earth qi there was, the higher the level of the mortal body. However, when it reached the spirit body level, it was a kind of transformation. However, the spirit body was too far away from Chen Zong's current constitution. Time passed slowly. Chen Zong felt that the swelling in his body gradually lessened. In the end, when the power of the heaven pilfering earth pill was exhausted, it was replaced by a comfortable feeling. Chen Zong felt that his body was much heavier than before, but also much lighter. It was a wonderful feeling. Then, Chen Zong tried to run the 3rd level of the heaven and earth bloodline. He was shocked. 30%. The speed of the 3rd level of the heaven and earth bloodline was 30% faster than before. Then, he tried to mobilize the power of the heaven and earth bloodline. Once he did so, the speed of the condensing and running of the power also increased significantly. 30%. It also increased by 30%. The 30% increase in speed made Chen Zong inwardly surprised. This meant that his cultivation speed would increase by 30% in the future. His recovery speed would also increase by 30%. He would be able to seize the initiative in battle. The 30% increase was an overall increase. It had a very obvious effect on one's cultivation and battle. Then, I will start to comprehend and cultivate the 4th level of the heaven and earth bloodline. Chen Zong said to himself with a smile on his face. The 1st to 3rd levels of the heaven and earth bloodline were only the foundation. The 4th level was the true embodiment of the essence and power of the heaven and earth bloodline. The 4th level of the heaven and earth bloodline was very different from the first 3 levels. Chapter 1743. Thank you to all the brothers who subscribed and tipped their monthly vote. Today is still an explosive day. The black earth elemental energy emitted a vigorous and heavy aura, transforming into a black halo that enveloped Chen Zong's body. The white sky spiritual energy emitted a light and vast aura, transforming into a white stream of light that circled around the black halo like a sky dragon. The 1st level of heaven and earth elemental energy was to cultivate sky spiritual energy and earth elemental energy. The 2nd level was to cultivate earth elemental energy primarily and sky spiritual energy secondarily. The 3rd level was to cultivate sky spiritual energy primarily and earth elemental energy secondarily. The 4th level was not only to cultivate sky spiritual energy and earth elemental energy at the same time, but also to merge them into an even more powerful force. It was named Heaven and Earth Elemental Energy, and possessed the advantages of Sky Spiritual Energy and Earth Elemental Energy at the same time. After spending some time, Chen Zong fully grasped the mysteries of the fourth level of Heaven and Earth Elemental Energy with his extraordinary perception and solid foundation. Next, it was time to cultivate. Sky Spiritual Energy and Earth Elemental Energy were mobilized at the same time. There was no longer any distinction between primary and secondary. Sky Spiritual Energy and Earth Elemental Energy circulated in a distinct manner. Sky Spiritual Energy resided within the body, while Earth Elemental Energy resided within the flesh. They did not interfere with each other. This was the state of the first three levels of Heaven and Earth Elemental Energy. The fourth stage was to fuse Heavenly Spiritual Energy and Earth Elemental Energy. Of course, after fusing, they could also be separated. It was all up to one's own will. Of course, after fusing, no one would separate them unless there was a special need. Sky Spiritual Energy was agile like a clear air rising, while Earth Elemental Energy was steady like a turbid air descending. Between the two, one was light and the other heavy, clear and turbid. They were like fire and water, difficult to merge. The more Chen Zong cultivated to the fourth level, the more profound and transformative Chen Zong felt. Intermediate mortal physique had a better effect on the cultivation of the fourth level of Heaven and Earth Elemental Energy. A message was transmitted into the eternal Heaven and Earth token, but Chen Zong did not notice it. At this moment, he was fully focused on eliminating all distracting thoughts and cultivating diligently. The Black Earth Elemental Energy transformed into a Black Earth Dragon, while the White Sky Spiritual Energy transformed into a White Sky Dragon. The two dragons quickly circled around Chen Zong, sticking close to Chen Zong's body. In the fourth stage, in the process of fusing Heavenly Spiritual Energy and Earth Elemental Energy, it would first raise the level and power of the two types of energy. Only after reaching the peak would it begin to fuse them. And the sign of reaching the peak was to transform into a dragon. The twin dragons of Heaven and Earth. The twin dragons of Heaven and Earth, black and white, wound around him and kept sweeping. The moment they came into contact with each other, it was as if they had turned into natural enemies. An amazing power burst out, causing Chen Zong's body to tremble and his qi and blood to surge. It was difficult to fuse. They were like natural enemies, like water and fire clashing against each other. The higher one's physique was, the easier it would be to cultivate the fourth level of the Heaven and Earth art. If one had an inferior mortal physique, it would be very difficult to cultivate it. Who knew how much time it would take? If it was an intermediate mortal physique, it would be easier than a low mortal physique, but it would still be difficult. Only when one had an advanced mortal physique would it be relatively easier, but only relatively. Of course, if one had a spirit physique, even an inferior spirit physique, one could easily cultivate the fourth level of the Heaven and Earth art. Chen Zong could not help but think of the painting of the 24 dragons and snakes. The mysteries contained in it might not be as profound as the fourth level of the Heaven and Earth art, but it was more basic and easier to comprehend. Dragons and snakes intertwined, and yin and yang merged. Using the painting of the 24 dragons and snakes to deduce the Tao of yin and yang merged, and then extended to the qi of Heaven and Earth. Vaguely, Chen Zong saw through the deepest mysteries of the fourth level of the Heaven and Earth art and grasped its essence. The twin dragons of Heaven and Earth, black and white, suddenly flew up and down, and then changed directions one after another, clashing against each other. With Chen Zong's dantian as the center, the black dragon's head went up, as if it was going to break through the sky, while the white dragon's head went down, as if it was going to pierce through the earth. Collision. It was an earth-shattering collision, and an extremely terrifying shock wave spread out in all directions, turning into intertwined halos of black and white, one after another, like raging waves, destroying everything. Chernzong seemed to have been blasted into pieces by the collision of these forces. However, the explosion was not the end, but the beginning. At the very center of the explosion, a spot of light suddenly appeared. It looked like both black and white, and seemed to be constantly alternating between black and white. Finally, it settled into a kind of light that was neither black nor white, as if it had been dyed white, and also as if it had been diluted black. The halo that it emitted was full of flawless. It looked as if it was a diamond star, magnificent and enchanting and magnificent. However, one could not be fooled by its appearance. The power contained in this new power was astonishing, and was obviously several times more terrifying than pure heavenly spiritual energy or earth elemental energy. Heaven and earth elemental energy. This was the brand new power that could only be cultivated at the fourth level of heaven and earth elemental energy. The appearance of this bit of heaven and earth elemental energy meant that Chernzong's cultivation of the fourth level of heaven and earth elemental energy was on the right track. Next, he would slowly polish and merge them until his heavenly spiritual energy and earth elemental energy were completely merged and turned into heaven and earth elemental energy. Then, it would mean that his cultivation of the fourth level had reached perfection. Heaven and earth elemental energy was indeed an extremely shocking cultivation method. For example, although his Genesis sword energy technique had different levels of proficiency, it did not have an obvious impact on one's strength. The first three levels of heaven and earth elemental energy were the foundation, and the fourth level was like a separate cultivation method, with obvious levels. As for the fifth level, it was even more unfathomable. Chernzong had not come into contact with it, so he was not clear. However, for now, the fourth level was enough for him to cultivate for a long time. Moreover, the higher the level of the heaven and earth elemental energy, the better the effect of cultivation and the faster the speed. If he was a king-level genius with a spiritual body, he would be able to cultivate the fourth level of heaven and earth elemental energy in less than a year. Circulating and condensing, that bit of heaven and earth elemental energy grew continuously, but the speed was very slow. After cultivating for half a day, Chernzong felt a little tired. After all, merging two types of energy was very taxing on one's mind and consciousness. It's only half. Chernzong could not help but frown slightly. After spending half a day, he had only managed to merge half of the energy. There was still 95% that had not yet been condensed. Moreover, this kind of condensation would become more and more difficult as he progressed. Therefore, it was still unknown how much time he would need to fully condense all the energy in his body. Circulating, that half of heaven and earth elemental energy was instantly stimulated and condensed on his finger. Chernzong could feel the terrifying power contained within. It was at least 3 times more than the earth elemental energy of the fourth level of heaven and earth elemental energy. Chernzong did not know that most people who cultivated the fourth level of heaven and earth elemental energy for the first time would only cultivate their heavenly spiritual energy and earth elemental energy and strive to improve them to the extreme. Only a small number of people could truly merge the two types of energy, and those who could achieve half of it on their first try were also very few. Although Chernzong did not have an advantage in terms of physique, in terms of perception, he was unique. He had completely comprehended the fourth level of heaven and earth elemental energy, which was far superior to his peers. Superb perception also brought about a kind of enhancement, which was not inferior to the enhancement of physique. After cultivating for the first time, Chernzong had consumed a lot of his consciousness and needed to recover. After recovering, he did not rush to cultivate. Instead, he checked the information in the Eternal Heaven and Earth writ. This information was a notice, informing him that his genius rank had increased to the intermediate level, and that he could move to the intermediate level genius warriors area to live. The intermediate level area was better than the lower level area. However, the residence was not a two-story pavilion, but the area was larger. Moreover, the surrounding heaven and earth elemental energy was about 50% richer, which was more conducive to the cultivation of heaven and earth elemental energy. In addition, every intermediate level genius had the opportunity to choose a basic martial art for free. Chen Zong immediately chose. The addition of an intermediate level genius had little impact on the eternal battle fort. After all, there had been too many of them over the years. Even the upper-level geniuses would not attract much attention. Only the king-level geniuses would really attract a lot of attention. Therefore, Chen Zong entered the intermediate-level area and lived there, and no one cared. Unfortunately, Yang Guan seemed to still be in seclusion, or perhaps he had returned to his own world. The formation of the pavilion was still open, but there was no response. There were not many basic martial arts of the heaven and earth elemental energy. They were only divided into offensive martial arts and movement martial arts. There were two types of offensive martial arts, one was the Heavenly Spirit 9 strikes, and the other was the Earth Elemental strike. Although they were only two types of offensive martial arts, they had unfathomable profoundness. They were astonishing and could be comprehended again and again. In a world like the spiritual martial sacred world, they were definitely the top martial arts in the world. In addition to the two offensive basic martial arts, there were two basic movement martial arts: Heavenly Spirit Illusion and Earth Elemental Strike. It was compatible with Heavenly Spirit energy. Heavenly Spirit Illusion was agile and flexible. It was compatible with Earth Elemental energy. Earth Elemental Strike was powerful and vigorous. Chen Zong had obtained the Heavenly Spirit 9 strikes and Earth Elemental Strike after challenging the Heaven and Earth Elemental Strike. Now there were only Heavenly Spirit Illusion and Earth Elemental Strike left, and he could choose one for free. Without much hesitation, Chen Zong chose Heavenly Spirit Illusion. As for Earth Elemental Strike, he would wait until he had enough battle records to exchange for it. That's right, Chen Zong's thoughts were very direct, and that was to grasp all four foundational martial arts and cultivate them to perfection. His intuition told him that there would only be benefits, and there would not be any disadvantages. Anyway, a basic martial art only required 1,000 battle records, which was not a lot. Chen Zong believed that as long as he fought a few more times in the ethereal world, he would be able to gather 1,000 battle records and exchange for Earth Elemental Strike. Now, he had to comprehend and cultivate Earth Elemental Strike and Heavenly Spirit Illusion. As for the Shura sect of the Tianyuan sacred region in the Taishan world, there was still his Shura avatar, as well as a group of 6, 5, and 4-star experts. Unless it was a 7-star expert or above, they would be safe and sound. As far as he knew, the strongest person in the world around Tai Luo City was only 5-star. Although he could travel back and forth between his own world and the Eternal Battle Fort, unless it was necessary, Chen Zong planned to stay here and cultivate until he reached a certain level before returning to his own world to raise the level of his body. Opportunity. Chapter 1744. Second update. Within the mirage, Chen Zong once again joined the battle. This was a small valley. The ground was black, and so were the stones. Everything was black as far as the eye could see. The sky above was filled with white clouds, and the black and white were very distinct. Chen Zong stood in the middle of the valley. In front of him was a young man with a pair of cudgel in his hands. His expression was grave and stern. This was his first opponent, a level 1 warrior. Kill. A low roar suddenly sounded like a sudden clap of thunder. The young man's figure was vigorous, and he rushed out like a black cheetah. In the blink of an eye, he crossed 100 meters. He swung his cudgel and struck down ferociously. The air was shattered, as if he wanted to completely shatter Chen Zong's body. Chen Zong did not move, as if he was scared stiff. He allowed his opponent to close in and strike down with his cudgel. A rumbling sound swept out. The sound became sharp and elongated. It pierced into one's eardrums, as if it wanted to pierce through them. In the next breath, Chen Zong's body would be shattered. From the young man's cold and handsome face, his eyes were suffused with a cold, murderous intent. Battles within the mirage were always fought to the death. There was no mercy. This was because the battles here were between the heavens' prides from thousands of worlds. It was the most direct and the cruelest. It was like an army of thousands of men and horses charging across a single plank bridge. There was no room for hesitation. In this place, there was no such thing as taking a step back would mean missing the opportunity. Strive for the top. Go against the current. Give everything you have. Chen Zong did not move. It was not because he was scared stiff, but because the young man's strength was nothing to him now. There was no need for him to react. At that moment, the pair of cudgels struck down with the vigorous force of earth elemental energy. A white sword light and agile to the extreme, flashed past like a white steed flashing across a gap. He drew his sword and sheathed it. The white sword light continued to move forward and intertwined with that person. It swept across the sky, leaving behind a faint trace before it dissipated. The young man with the pair of cudgel had a dark and gloomy expression in his eyes. Why was the sword so fast? It was only an instant. He could not react at all and was immediately killed. The dozen or so spectators were astonished. Chen Zong had barely used up any of his strength with that one strike. He had easily killed his opponent. Compared to his first battle in the virtual realm, this was many times better. The second battle began. His opponent was also a first-stage warrior. Some of them were newbies while some were from the previous batch. However, as long as they were still at the level of a first-stage warrior, they would at most have mastered a basic martial art. It could be an offensive martial art or a footwork martial art. This was nothing to Chen Zong, who had mastered 3 basic martial arts to the perfection realm and cultivated heaven and earth divine art to the 4th level. Compared to these people, Chen Zong's progress was undoubtedly more advanced. Second battle, victory. Third battle, victory. Fourth battle, victory. Fifth battle, victory. By the time Chen Zong won 5 matches in a row, the number of spectators had already exceeded 100, and the number was still increasing. When these people checked Chen Zong's information, they were all astonished. This was because Chen Zong's information was very ordinary at the beginning. He was simply at the bottom of the low level. However, the information also showed that Chen Zong had changed from low level to middle level. This meant that he had already passed the first 3 levels of the Heaven-Earth Battle Tower and entered the 4th level. From the information, there was no doubt that he was a newbie. He had only been here for a few months, but he had already achieved such a result. This was naturally shocking. 6th battle, victory. 7th battle, victory. Just like that, Chen Zong won 7 matches in a row again and obtained 280 battle points. Together with his original 500 battle points, his battle points exceeded 800 and were close to 1,000. Currently, the highest winning streak in the virtual realm for the warriors of heaven and earth was 98 consecutive victories, which was very shocking. There were also many people who had achieved 90 consecutive victories. However, that was the result of countless years of accumulation in the Eternal Battle Fort. Even on a small scale, it was quite shocking to achieve 7 consecutive victories. In the 8th battle, the opponent was a second-stage warrior. He was skilled in martial arts, but he was still killed by Chen Zong in 3 moves. 8 consecutive victories broke his own record. He instantly obtained 80 battle points and was close to 900. 2 more battles. As long as he maintained his winning streak and won 2 more battles, Chen Zong could obtain more than 1,000 battle points and raise his warrior to 2nd stage. If he were to reach the 2nd stage of the warrior realm, then his battle achievements would increase. Therefore, the higher the rank of the warrior, the easier it was to obtain battle points. However, raising one's rank was not difficult on the surface as long as one had enough battle points. In reality, it was very difficult because the rules of the virtual realm would not allow one to raise their rank so easily. Ninth battle, Chen Zong won again. He had accumulated more than 900 battle points and was close to 1,000. 10th battle. He only needed to win one more battle in a row to break through 1,000 battle points. Even if he lost this battle, he could still break through 1,000 battle points after one or two more battles and raise his warrior's rank. To a certain extent, this was a battle to raise one's rank, so it was even more difficult. Under normal circumstances, the rules of the virtual realm would not arrange opponents who were higher than one's rank. For example, Chernzong was a first-stage warrior, and his opponents were usually a first-stage warrior. In rare cases, a second-stage warrior would appear. As for Xiaozheng, who was a sixth-stage warrior, it was completely out of luck. The probability was very small. However, in a battle to raise one's rank, one would meet an opponent who was at least 2 ranks higher than oneself. For example, Chernzong was a first-stage warrior. In this battle, his opponent would be at least a third-stage warrior. It could also be a fourth-stage warrior or even higher. If he was lucky, his opponent would be a third-stage warrior. If he was unlucky, his opponent would be higher than a third-stage warrior. After all, the higher one's rank was, the more battles one had experienced, the more experience one had, and the more martial arts one had learned. Without a doubt, one's strength would be greater. The surroundings changed and turned into a black arena. Chen Zong suddenly felt that the arena was filled with a hazy black halo. In an instant, an invisible force appeared. It was as if it was pulling him down, causing his entire body to become heavy. Chen Zong was secretly shocked. This arena looked ordinary, but there was actually something special about it. The gravity was extraordinary. Chen Zong could feel that his body had become much heavier, about twice as heavy. A door appeared. Dong! A thick leg that was like an elephant's leg stepped out, causing the arena to tremble slightly. Under Chen Zong's gaze, a huge body stepped out of the door and appeared on the arena. Its height was over 2 meters, and its width was also close to 2 meters. It was like a mountain of flesh, extremely frightening. Just by standing in front of him, Chen Zong could feel an astonishing pressure spreading out from his opponent's body, as if it was suppressing the surroundings. The right arm of this mountain of flesh held an octagonal hammer that was over 1 meter long. It was pitch black with faint traces of white patterns revolving around it. It was emitting an astonishing aura. Combat weapon. Low-grade combat weapon. Level 4 warrior. What bad luck. There were already close to 200 spectators. When they saw the information of this mountain of flesh, they all exclaimed in surprise. A level 4 warrior was actually nothing in the mirage. However, Chernzong was only a level 1 warrior. His opponent in the ranking battle was 3 levels higher than him. His luck was not good. Moreover, this mountain of flesh looked very difficult to deal with. "You're so small. Can you block one of my hammers?" The mountain of flesh opened his mouth. His voice was like the ringing of a large bell, shaking the surroundings. The air seemed to explode as countless waves rushed out. The meter-long octagonal hammer was swung up. The heavy hammer in the hands of the mountain of flesh looked very light, as if it was going to roll up a storm. The whistling sound it made was extremely frightening. Chernzong's expression was solemn. His intuition told him that this person was a strong opponent and would not be easy to deal with. This battle would not be easy. Dong! The mountain of flesh took a step forward. When his thick legs landed, the entire arena shook slightly. It was as if the gravity did not affect him at all. "Take my hammer!" His small eyes narrowed, emitting a cold light. He grinned, revealing his white teeth, which emitted a cold light. As soon as he finished speaking, the mountain of flesh suddenly rushed forward. Then, he suddenly jumped up. His huge body jumped high into the air like a meteor. The shocking pressure in the air made Chen Zong feel suffocated. Boom! The giant hammer suddenly fell. It was as if the sky was collapsing. Chen Zong felt that he could not resist and would be smashed into pieces in an instant. His opponent used earth elemental energy. Moreover, it was earth elemental energy that had reached the 4th level of heaven and earth elemental art. It was even more powerful and domineering. This attack was the earth elemental strike, a basic martial art of perfection. The earth elemental strike was executed with earth elemental energy of the 4th level of heaven and earth elemental art. Coupled with the amazing strength of the mountain of flesh and the enhancement of the weapon, its power was extremely terrifying. It was as if it could shatter mountains and collapse the earth. The shocking pressure shrouded the entire arena. While Chen Zong was suffocating, he felt that the gravity in the arena seemed to have increased. It was crazily pulling on his body, making it difficult for him to move. The spectators were all astonished. The power of this attack was truly terrifying. They could all clearly feel it. Even those who were also at stage 4 of the war soldiers might not be able to withstand it. Chen Zong's expression was solemn, but he did not show any fear. On the contrary, his eyes were calm, like the water in an ancient well, without any ripples. With his sharp senses, Chen Zong could feel the terrifying power contained in his opponent's attack. If he were to face it head-on, he would not be able to withstand it unless he used the heaven and earth elemental gang. However, for now, Chen Zong did not want to expose the heaven and earth elemental gang and let others know. The heavenly spiritual energy and earth elemental energy of the 4th level of heaven and earth elemental gang were enough. Chen Zong still had not changed his mindset. He still maintained the mindset of the Tianyuan sacred region. He hid some of his abilities and did not want others to see through him. At least, he did not want to expose them in advance. In the blink of an eye, the spiritual energy of the 4th level of heaven was activated. The basic movement technique, Heavenly Spirit Illusion, was also executed. After a period of cultivation, Chen Zong had already cultivated the Heavenly Spirit Illusion to the perfection realm. In the blink of an eye, Chen Zong seemed to have broken free from all gravity and suppression. His body became extremely light, bringing with it layers of white clouds. It was full of mysterious changes. In the blink of an eye, he broke free from all restraints and escaped from his opponent's terrifying hammer. Boom! Chapter 1745. Third update. The arena under double gravity seemed to have lost its effect on Chen Zong. His heavenly spirit illusion, which was at the perfection stage, was used to the extreme. His body became extremely light, erratic, and unpredictable. His body seemed to have turned into a cloud of mist, constantly changing and drifting. Rasen's small eyes squinted slightly, emitting a cold light. He raised his big hammer, and his entire body seemed to have turned into a black destructive storm, sweeping in all directions and roaring crazily. In the blink of an eye, the entire arena was filled with a shocking black storm, spreading in all directions. There was nowhere to hide. Under such circumstances, Chen Zong's heavenly spirit illusion was also affected, and the cloud of mist was about to dissipate. However, Chen Zong's attainment in body movement was superb, and the 4th level of heaven and earth divine art was also amazing. His application of his own strength was also superb. Together with the heavenly spirit 9 strikes, he instantly tore apart the black storm and approached his opponent. A sword shot down from the sky. The sword light was pitch black, powerful, and domineering. It seemed to have condensed a mountain in it, crushing and cutting through everything. Earth Elemental Strike. The Earth Elemental Strike, which was at the perfection stage, was performed with the earth elemental energy of the fourth level of heaven and earth elemental strike. Its power was extremely strong, and it had the sharpness of a sword. The earth elemental strike performed by Rosin's octagonal hammer had the violent and domineering power of a hammer. Rosin's body seemed to be huge, but his reaction was very fast. In an instant, he swung his octagonal hammer towards Chen Zong. Earth elemental strike. Because of his body size, his strength was extremely strong, and he attacked without hesitation. He was full of confidence that he could suppress his opponent and even defeat him with one attack. Unexpectedly, when the two earth elemental strikes were about to collide, the attack in the sky suddenly became illusory. White replaced black, and the earth elemental strike became the heavenly spirit 9 strike. In an instant 9 sword strikes, 81 strikes, and hundreds of changes. Every sword light was like silk circling around. It was not a head-on collision, but a soft one. The sword chi was like silk, and in an instant, it entangled the opponent's fierce and violent attack. It was as if the opponent was trapped in a swamp. Even if he had extremely strong strength, he could not really exert it. It was very unpleasant. Open! Roshan let out a thunderous roar. His voice was so loud that it sounded like a landslide. He lifted up his thick and solid thigh. Countless rays of black light surged out. Earth elemental energy flowed into his thigh. Finally, the elemental energy condensed on his broad and thick sole. Bang! He stomped his foot heavily on the arena. In an instant, it was as if a celestial being had stomped on the ground. A terrifying rumble that shook the heavens and earth was heard. The entire arena trembled violently in an instant. Circles of black ripples surged out from Roshan's foot like a raging tide. The ripples were like raging waves that swept out crazily from Roshan's foot. Earth origin stomp. Boundless energy swept out endlessly, covering the entire arena and shaking the surroundings. The earth elemental stomp was one of the 4 great fundamental martial arts of the heaven and earth lineage. It was a movement technique, while the heavenly spirit illusion was actually a movement technique. The heavenly spirit illusion was light and nimble, changing constantly like clouds and mist. On the other hand, the earthly origin stomp was the opposite. It didn't have any changes, not even the slightest bit. It only had an extremely pure power. It was not completely accurate to say that the earthly origin stomp was a footwork technique. Other than being a footwork technique, it also had the effect of affecting the surroundings. When his foot landed, the power swept out like crazy waves, affecting everything in the surroundings. If there were any sand or stones, they would be crushed into powder in an instant. At the same time, a strong force surged up, causing Roshan's arm to be infused with even more strength. He suddenly swung his arm upwards, breaking free from the entanglement of the sword chi. He fiercely attacked Chen Zong. It was earth-shattering. Shattered. In just an instant, Chen Zong's figure was shattered. However, it was only an afterimage. Under the heavenly spirit illusion, the clouds and mist drifted and spread out. Chen Zong appeared behind Roshan and attacked with his sword. The sword light was pitch black, like a black meteor shooting down from the sky, bursting out with an extremely shocking power. It was completely unexpected. Roshan's reaction speed was also very fast, but he still could not catch up. After all, he had used all his strength to attack just now, and he did not have time to recover. This sword attack was unstoppable. The sharpness of the low-grade weapon long sword and Chen Zong's full strength was used in this attack. The power of the earthly origin stomp was completely unleashed. Different people who practiced the same martial arts would often have different effect. This sword attack seemed to be able to penetrate the earth, piercing directly into Roshan's huge body. Chen Zong could feel heavy resistance when the long sword attacked. Not only was Roshan's body huge, but it was also very shocking. However, under this attack, he still could not resist. The tip of the sword went straight into Roshan's body, and the heavy and vigorous sword chi exploded in his body, wreaking havoc. Killed with one sword attack. Roshan's small eyes widened, and he stared at Chenzong, full of unwillingness. 100 battle records instantly became Chenzong's. Chenzong's battle record broke through 1,000 in an instant, approaching 1,100. Warrior Chenzong's rank has increased. A voice rang out in the arena. Then, a second voice rang out with a kind of grandeur, as if it was going to spread throughout the entire virtual realm. Warrior Chenzong has obtained 10 consecutive victories. 10 consecutive victories. Another person has obtained 10 consecutive victories. Chenzong, who is this? Many warriors in the virtual realm received the news, and they were all surprised. If one obtained 10 consecutive victories, 20 consecutive victories, 30 consecutive victories, and so on in the virtual realm, they would be notified. Although they would not receive any substantial benefits, it would promote their reputation and indirectly attract the attention of the high-level experts. If they were noticed by some experts, they might be able to receive some benefits, such as being guided or taken in as a disciple, and so on. All in all, reputation was very important in the Eternal Battle Fort. I've finally advanced to the second stage of the warrior realm. Chenzong smiled, but he did not care about the announcement. This was also because he had been in the Lingwu Holy World for a long time. Next, if I were to win another match, the battle record I would obtain wouldn't be 110 points, but 120. After all, the starting point of the second stage was better than the first stage. However, Chenzong did not plan to continue fighting. He wanted to maintain his 10 consecutive victories, and then improve himself. The 10 consecutive battles not only brought him more than 500 battle records, but also increased the rank of his warrior realm, and enriched his battle experience. Chenzong did not know that because of him, many warriors in the virtual realm had noticed and remembered the name Chenzong. Because of this, some people curiously looked up Chenzong's information, and the results were quite shocking. After Chenzong exited the virtual realm, he exchanged for the Earth Origin Step, a foundational martial technique. In this way, he had obtained all 4 foundational martial techniques of the Heaven and Earth Origin sect. Currently, the 9 Heavenly Spirit Strikes, Earth Origin Strike, and Heavenly Spirit Illusion had all been cultivated to perfection. He had just obtained the Earth Origin Step, so he needed to cultivate it. In addition, he was cultivating the 4th stage of the Heaven and Earth Origin sect, which allowed him to merge more Heavenly Spirit Force and Earth Origin sect into the Heaven and Earth Origin sect. In the previous battle, his opponent was indeed very strong, but Chenzong did not use his full strength. At least, he did not use the Heaven and Earth Origin sect. Now, he would cultivate the Earth Origin step and strive to cultivate it to perfection in a short time. After that, he would be able to enter the virtual realm again by cultivating the 4th stage of the Heaven and Earth Origin sect. Or, he could wait for the opportunity next month to continue challenging the Heaven and Earth Origin sect and see if he could pass the 5th level. If he could pass the 5th level, he would first be rewarded with 20,000 battle records, and then there would be additional rewards. Presumably, the reward for passing the 5th level would not be a foundational reward, but something of a higher level. At the very least, it would be at the level of a mid-grade Heaven and Earth stealing pill. The feeling of constantly improving oneself was wonderful, and Chenzong was immersed in it. In the pavilion, Chenzong began cultivating the Earth Origin step. The Earth Origin step was very straightforward. There was only one step, or rather, all the essence of the Earth Origin step was condensed in one step. The Heavenly Spirit Illusion was flexible and changeable, like clouds and mist that were unpredictable. The essence of the Earth Origin step was in one step. Once the step was taken, the Earth Origin sect would vibrate and impact. Not only would it make the ground shake, but but it would also make it difficult for one to stand and affect one's balance. It would also make one's body explode in an instant and unleash an even more violent attack. On the first floor of the pavilion, Chen Zong took a step forward. Black earth origin sect filled the air, and when he stepped on the ground, a low rumble could be heard. However, the ripples that spread out were not uniform at all. This meant that Chen Zong did not use the essence of the earth origin step. He continued cultivating. Again and again, over and over again, never stopping. The feeling of constantly improving was wonderful, and Chen Zong was immersed in it, unable to extricate himself. You actually achieved 10 consecutive victories. Not bad. A cold voice sounded. This person was one of the 3 people who had gathered with the Bright General's team. She was the Palace Master of the Heaven Execution Palace, the manager of the Void Dimension. Because of the Bright Generals, she had also noticed Chen Zong. Of course, she had only noticed him, and it was just a small matter, an insignificant person. She did not expect that not long after, she would hear the news of his 10 consecutive victories. She was somewhat distracted and paid attention to him. Soon after, she ordered her subordinates to follow up. I wonder if you can bring me some unexpected surprises. The cold voice seemed to be talking to herself, and then fell silent. Unless he was a king-level genius, he was not worth paying attention to. Of course, if he could achieve 30 consecutive victories, he would be worth paying more attention to. However, the difficulty of 30 consecutive victories was far greater than 10 consecutive victories. If he was unlucky and met an extremely powerful opponent, he would be defeated immediately and his winning streak would be terminated. Xiao Zheng, who had defeated Chen Zong before, was not weak, but the highest he had achieved was 13 consecutive victories. Earth Elemental Stomp. Chen Zong raised his foot, and endless black light flowed into the sole of his foot, bursting out with an astonishing power. It was forceful and heavy, as if a mountain was falling from the sky. Bang! This foot directly trampled on the floor of the pavilion, and in an instant, countless black ripples turned into violent waves that swept out continuously. The entire pavilion shook violently, as if it was about to collapse. On the ground, with Chen Zong's foot as the center, fine cracks seemed to have appeared and quickly spread out in all directions. As Chen Zong raised his foot, the cracks disappeared in an instant. The ground returned to normal, and the pavilion stopped shaking. The pavilion and the ground were built with special materials. Even if Chen Zong's strength was 10 times stronger, he would not be able to truly destroy it. Chapter 1746. Fourth Update. Chen Zong entered the ethereal realm again, not to challenge, but to fight. The 4 fundamental techniques of the heaven and earth lineage had all been cultivated to perfection, and the fusion of the heaven and earth lineage had reached 10%. The fusion of the heaven and earth lineage became more and more difficult as one progressed. Chen Zong's fusion speed was relatively fast. Although his body constitution was only at the intermediate mortal physique, his high comprehension ability and strong will were enough to make up for it. It was necessary for both cultivation and battle. There was still some time before the next challenge of the Heaven-Earth Battle Tower, so Chen Zong naturally wanted to fight in the ethereal realm. He wanted to train himself and accumulate battle record. In the Eternal Battle Fort, battle records were the best currency. The more, the better. Chen Zong still had 10 consecutive victories. This was the 11th battle. A second-stage warrior. His opponent was also a second-stage warrior. Fight. After dodging a few times, Chen Zong figured out his opponent's attack pattern. He unsheathed his sword and killed his opponent. His own problem was that his consciousness was stronger than his body, which caused his consciousness to be restricted and uncoordinated. However, when Chen Zong's physique was upgraded to the intermediate mortal physique, part of this restriction was lifted. And when Chernzong continued to cultivate in the Heaven and Earth lineage's basic martial arts room, the restriction was lifted further. Although it was not completely lifted, the advantage of his consciousness could be further displayed. Every time a restriction was removed, the effect on his body was very obvious. Victory! 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 Chernzong continued to win, reaching 15 consecutive victories. When Chernzong joined the battle, there were dozens of spectators. Now there were close to 200 spectators. He's Chernzong, the one who won 10 consecutive victories not long ago. Why is his evaluation so low? Maybe he's a late bloomer. After another 5 consecutive victories, Chernzong's battle record was more than 700 points. He was even closer to 1,000 points. 6 consecutive victories. Chernzong's battle record was close to 900 points. The next battle should be the rank advancement battle, Chernzong thought. He was looking forward to it. In the battles in the virtual realm, one would often encounter strong opponents during the rank advancement battles. Similarly, one would also encounter strong opponents during the round number winning streak battles. Last time, Chernzong's 10 consecutive victories coincided with his rank advancement battle, which was why he had a 4th stage warrior soldier as his opponent. Otherwise, his opponent would have been a 3rd stage warrior soldier. This time, his opponent should be a 4th stage warrior. Of course, if he was unlucky, he might encounter a 5th stage or 6th stage warrior. However, no matter what level his opponent was at, Chernzong was not afraid. On the contrary, he was looking forward to it. The appearance of his opponent was very normal. It was a woman who used a long whip, a 4th stage warrior. The long whip danced like a dragon or a snake dancing. Black and white intertwined. It was agile, light, and changeable. It also contained a terrifying power that seemed to be able to tear everything apart. Chernzong recognized that what his opponent had used was the 9 heavenly spirit strike. Of course, the 9 heavenly spirit strikes cultivated by different people would have different characteristics after reaching perfection. This was a pretty good opponent. Chernzong did not use his full strength to defeat her. Instead, he observed her 9 heavenly spirit strike. His sword Dao had always been the same. Other people's martial arts had their own uniqueness. It was worth observing and learning from, absorbing the essence and turning it into his own. He continuously used the heavenly spirit illusion, which made his movements extremely nimble. However, his opponent also used the heavenly spirit illusion at the same time. So that's how it is. After more than 10 moves, Chernzong relied on his sharp eyesight and high comprehension ability to see through the profoundness of his opponent's 9 heavenly spirit strikes and heavenly spirit illusion. He immediately counterattacked. This sword strike contained a myriad of changes. His opponent's expression suddenly changed. She felt that everything about her had been controlled by his opponent and had fallen into the ever-changing sword light. Even all the changes of her 9 heavenly spirit strikes were also included and affected by it. She could neither block nor dodge it. In an instant, the ever-changing sword light seemed to condense into one and swept through the air. Kill. 17 consecutive victories. 3rd stage warrior soldier. When one's rank increased, there would be a small-scale announcement, which was limited to the current battle environment. Only when one's winning streak increased would there be a large-scale announcement and be known by more people. When one reached the 3rd stage of the warrior-soldier realm, the battle record obtained in each battle would increase by 10 points. Chernzong did not hesitate at all and immediately entered the next battle. Goal: 20 consecutive victories. This was a challenge to himself. Chernzong was looking forward to it. How strong would the opponent for his 20th consecutive victory be? According to the rules of the Mirage, if he obtained 19 consecutive victories, his next opponent would be at least a 5th stage warrior soldier. Then, he would first obtain 18 and 19 consecutive victories. Fight. His opponent was a 3rd stage warrior soldier. His strength was not bad, but he was not Chen Zong's opponent. 18 consecutive victories. Then, it was 19 consecutive victories. His opponent was also a third-stage warrior soldier. He was also defeated by Chen Zong. Everyone was looking forward to the next battle. It's already 19 consecutive victories. I wonder if he can obtain 20 consecutive victories? One of the several hundred spectators said in a low voice. Although the record said that the highest winning streak was 98, and there were many people who obtained 99 consecutive victories, that was the accumulation of countless years. In fact, as long as he obtained 10 consecutive victories, it would be quite shocking. Otherwise, the Mirage would not have made such a large-scale announcement. I wonder who his opponent will be? Everyone was curious and looking forward to it. Chen Zong was also looking forward to it. Who would his opponent be? A fifth-stage warrior soldier? Or even higher? Then, the black and white door opened. After 3 breaths, a figure stepped out. The moment he saw the other person, Chen Zong was slightly startled. Then, a smile appeared on his face. Xiao Zheng. The opponent he would be facing this time to obtain 20 consecutive victories was actually the person who defeated him last time, Xiao Zheng. Last time, he was defeated by his opponent's sword. This time, he would defeat his opponent. Xiao Zheng's warrior soldier rank was still at 6th stage. It would not be easy for him to break through to 7th stage. However, his winning streak had increased from 13 to 15, which was quite an improvement. Xiao Zheng stepped out of the door and looked at Chen Zong. He felt that his opponent was a little familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before, but he could not remember where. After all, he had experienced many battles in the Mirage and seen many faces. It was normal for him to have some impression of them. No matter who his opponent was, he would face them head-on. Chen Zong did not speak. Xiao Zheng did not speak either. Their gazes met in midair, and an astonishing sharpness burst forth. It was as if the edges of swords were clashing. Chen Zong practiced swordsmanship, and so did Xiao Zheng. In an instant, the two of them moved at the same time. They both performed the heavenly spirit illusion and approached each other. Their long swords were unsheathed, and sword light tore through the air. It was the heavenly spirit 9 strike. Chen Zong's heavenly spirit 9 strikes was ever-changing and contained endless mysteries. It also had the sharpness of a sword. On the other hand, Xiao Zheng's heavenly spirit 9 strikes was like a prison that sealed off the surroundings and penetrated everything. Even if it was the heavenly spirit illusion movement technique, both of them had their own unique characteristic. In just a few seconds, the two of them had exchanged countless blows. This made Xiao Zheng feel very surprised. His opponent was only a third-stage warrior. Although one's rank did not represent one's absolute strength, there was still a strong relationship between one's rank and one's strength. His sword came out, one strike after another. The swords were linked together, and they continuously attacked his opponent. Each strike contained some variation. When the trajectories of each strike were combined, they just happened to cover the surroundings. It was as if they had sealed off the space around his opponent, and constantly reduced the area that his opponent could dodge. In the end, when his opponent had nowhere to dodge, Chen Zong attacked and decided the outcome of the battle. At this moment, his opponent was slowly being trapped in his sword light cage, and his area of movement was constantly being reduced. As Chen Zong attacked with his sword, he carefully experienced the mysteries of Xiao Zheng's heavenly spirit 9 strike. This was the most powerful person he had encountered in the virtual realm. Moreover, this person was a swordsman. The swordsmanship evolved from the heavenly spirit 9 strikes was extremely superb and astonishing. The sword light seemed to be weaving a net, trapping the target like a fly. Chen Zong did not resist. Instead, he followed the momentum of his opponent's sword and was constantly being compressed. In an instant, Chen Zong felt that the sword light from all directions was oppressing him. It exploded with an astonishing power, as if it had sealed off the void and made it difficult for him to move. Xiao Zheng's eyes emitted an endless cold light. It was extremely sharp, as if it could pierce through everything. His heavenly spirit force was pushed to the extreme, and he suddenly stabbed out with his sword. In an instant, the white sword light turned from thin to majestic and mighty. Boom! It was as if the sealed and frozen void was violently shattered. The sword light released an earth-shattering and terrifying power, as if it wanted to destroy everything. Kill! Chernzong's hair stood on end. He only felt that under this sword, he would be completely crushed and turned into powder. The heavenly spirit 9 strikes could explode with such terrifying power. In the blink of an eye, Chernzong thought of 2 ways to break the spell. One was to use the heaven and earth's true gang to break it with brute force. The other was to incorporate technique. Chernzong chose the second method. Earth Elemental Stomp. He lifted his foot and stomped it down. Earth elemental energy surged, bombarding and trampling the ground of the arena. The roar was like the beating of a drum. An astonishing force spread out in all directions, turning into black waves that swept across the entire arena. The arena shook, and Xiao Zheng's body was also slightly affected. At the same time, a powerful force exploded. Chernzong swung his sword. The sealing force was broken in an instant. Chernzong was like a fish breaking through ice. He executed the heavenly spirit illusion to the extreme, narrowly avoiding Xiao Zheng's fatal sword. He quickly approached and broke through the air with his sword. It was ever-changing and impossible to guard against. Xiao Zheng's expression suddenly changed. He never thought that a third-phase fighter would be able to break through his fatal sword move. Moreover, he was able to execute such a brilliant and exquisite heavenly spirit 9 strike. To Xiao Zheng's horror, he discovered that the incoming sword light contained countless variations. It seemed to include all of his dodging reactions within it, leaving him with nowhere to hide. Moreover, he had just executed a fatal sword move, and his strength had not yet recovered. Was he going to be killed by his opponent's sword? The spectators' hearts were all in their mouth. They all held their breaths and stared. This battle was related to whether Chernzong could achieve 20 consecutive victories. If he won, it would be 20 consecutive victories. If he lost, no one knew when he would be able to achieve 20 consecutive victories again. In the blink of an eye, all of the surprise on Xiao Zheng's face disappeared and was replaced by a solemn expression. Chapter 1747. 5th Update. Thank you for subscribing and voting. Please pay attention to the public account. 6 Paths of Oblivion. Heaven and Earth True Shield. Xiao Zheng's sword slashed out as if it could wipe out 1,000 armies. As a 6th-stage fighter, he could be considered an experienced fighter. Xiao Zheng had many battle achievements. At the same time, he had already passed the 4th floor of the battle tower and exchanged for the 4th level of heaven and earth execution. Moreover, he had also fused a portion of heaven and earth true shield. Normally, he wouldn't use it. After all, once heaven and earth true shield was used up, it was harder to recover than spiritual energy and earth elemental energy. But now, he had no choice but to use it. The power of heaven and earth true shield was astonishing. Even though Chernzong's sword was ever-changing and infinitely profound, it couldn't block it. Strength conquers all techniques. The astonishing sword pressure came from all directions, making Chernzong's hair stand on end. When the spectators felt that the outcome of the battle was about to be decided, an extremely powerful aura erupted from Chernzong's body. It was heavy and light. Heaven and Earth True Shield. Xiao Zheng's expression was aghast. A 3rd-stage fighter, and from the looks of it, a 3rd-stage fighter not only cultivated the 4th level of Heaven and Earth execution, but also fused Heaven and Earth True Shield. Earth Elemental Stomp. Using Heaven and Earth True Shield to activate the Earth Elemental Stomp, An almost transparent black light trampled on the arena in an instant, turning into an astonishing wave that swept out. If the Earth Elemental Stomp executed with Earth Elemental energy was like a torrent, then the Earth Elemental Stomp executed with Heaven and Earth True Shield was like a flood that broke through a dam. It was several times more ferocious and terrifying. Under the ferocious impact of the torrential wave, the entire arena seemed to be on the verge of collapse. With Chernzong's foot as the center, countless cracks spread out like lightning, as if the arena was collapsing. But the arena was very tough. This kind of collapse was only a kind of visual and perceptual deception. Xiaojing only felt that the ground under his feet was shaking violently. An astonishing power crazily and wantonly attacked his feet, affecting his body and making it difficult for him to maintain his balance. At the same time, Chernzong struck out with his sword. Earth Elemental Strike. He abandoned the 9 heavenly spirit strikes that focused on transformation and replaced it with Earth Elemental energy that focused on pure destructive power. Moreover, it was activated with Heaven and Earth True Shield. Like a hot knife through butter. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Zheng's sword light was shattered. Although Xiao Zheng had unleashed the Heaven and Earth aura, he did not use it to activate his martial arts. On the other hand, Chernzong used the Heaven and Earth aura to activate the primordial Earth Strike. Its power was completely different. After being shaken by the Earth Essence Stomp and the Earth Essence Strike, Xiao Zheng was unable to dodge or defend himself. The sword slashed out, erupting with an extremely terrifying power. It instantly pierced through Xiao Zheng's chest, blasting open a fist-sized hole. Phase 3 warrior Chernzong has obtained 20 consecutive victories. A low and deep voice immediately sounded and entered the ears of many people, causing a new wave of shock and discussion. 20 consecutive victories! This Chernzong seems to have won 10 consecutive matches not long ago. He actually managed to obtain 20 consecutive victories in such a short period of time. How extraordinary! The palace master told me to pay attention to this person. He seems to have some ability. However, it's only 20 consecutive victories, which is not enough to alarm the palace master. Let's wait until he obtains 30 consecutive victories. The warrior who was told by the palace master to pay attention to Chernzong muttered to himself. After obtaining 20 consecutive victories, Chernzong did not participate in any more battles. Instead, he left the Mirage. Currently, he had 1,200 battle points, which was not much. He had already exchanged for the basic martial arts. He could not exchange for any more advanced martial arts. After all, a more powerful martial art would require at least 10,000 battle points to exchange for. As for a battle weapon, a mid-ranked battle weapon would require 10,000 battle points. 1,000 battle points would not be enough. As for a medicinal pellet, it would at least be a mid-rank sky-pilfering earth-changing pellet. After thinking for a while, Chernzong decided to watch the basic martial arts explained by the powerful warriors. 1,000 battle points allowed him to watch one of the 4 basic martial arts, the 9 heavenly spirit strikes, performed by a powerful warrior named Aofa Ming. There were many people who practiced the basic martial arts, and the battle points required to exchange were different. 1,000 battle points were the most common, and some even had 100 battle points. The reason why Chernzong chose the most expensive one was because the 9 heavenly spirit strikes performed by this person ranked the highest, and was the most valuable. Since he was going to buy, he would try to choose the best one. Aofa Ming. Chernzong felt that this name was very strange. At least in the Lingwu Holy World, he had never heard of such a name. However, the name did not matter. The most important thing was the content. It was as if he had entered a dark void and suddenly lit up. A figure condensed in front of him out of thin air. It was a tall middle-aged man with unusually broad shoulders. His skin was dark and his face was solemn. His earlobes were thicker than ordinary people's. His eyes were extremely deep, as if they contained the profound mysteries of the universe. 9 heavenly spirit strikes. Watch carefully. The middle-aged man spoke. His voice was unusually deep and forceful. Once he spoke, it seemed to be able to shake the void. Immediately, his fingers shot out like a sword. Chen Zong only felt that everything in front of him became blurry. Even time and space seemed to be affected. He could not see anything at all. The middle-aged man had already stopped and stood there. Chen Zong was at a loss. Was this the 9 heavenly spirit strikes? If it was just like this, he would not be able to see the difference in realm and cultivation at all. Wouldn't it be a waste of 1,000 battle points? In the next breath, he saw the man slowly raise his hand, put his fingers together, and hit forward. His movements became slow, and every movement and every trajectory was clearly presented. 81 moves of the 9 heavenly spirit strikes. It was presented to the audience with a very clear trajectory and angle. In an instant, Chen Zong was addicted and could not extricate himself. The 9 heavenly spirit strikes of the perfect realm was somewhat different from his own. Gradually, Chen Zong felt that the 9 heavenly spirit strikes performed by the man had broken away from its original framework and become a whole of its own. Chen Zong could not help but think of the 9 heavenly spirit strikes of his previous opponent, Xiao Jing. Xiao Jing used the sword light to create a cage, constantly sealing the surroundings and making people unable to move. In the end, the sword was able to settle the situation. He thought of his own 9 heavenly spirit strikes, which were ever-changing and difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. But when the sword qi intertwined with each other, it could also be extremely sharp. Vaguely, Chen Zong felt something. It was an indescribable feeling, and it turned into a spiritual light imprinted in his heart. He watched it over and over again until the image disappeared. Chen Zong still stood there motionless, as if he had become a statue. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, Chen Zong's eyelids trembled slightly, and he slowly opened his eyes. His eyes seemed to be white like a sea of clouds. If one looked carefully, one could see that the sea of clouds was actually made up of countless white sword light and sword qi. Suddenly, Chen Zong moved. He unsheathed his long sword, and the sword light shot out. It was like a cloud of mist, and it filled the surroundings. It contained 729 kinds of changes, and it kept changing and becoming endless. The surroundings were filled with white sword light. It was a vast expanse of white, as if it had turned into a cloud of sword light, covering the sky and the earth. As he waved his long sword, the sword light continued to spread, and eventually filled the entire first floor of the pavilion. Chen Zong had displayed the 9 heavenly spirit strikes of the perfect realm to the extreme. The next step was to surpass it. Only by surpassing it could it become a martial art that one could truly master. Xiao Jing had embarked on this path, and was about to surpass it. This kind of surpassing could also be called the martial arts transformation realm. If Xiao Jing's 9 heavenly spirit strikes had reached the transformation realm, he might have lost that battle. The transcendent state martial arts would not only bring out the full potential of a martial art, but it would also infuse the cultivator's will into the martial art, making it the most suitable move for the cultivator. Swing the sword. Swing the sword. Swing the sword. More and more sword light appeared and became denser. Gradually, the sword light turned from a cloud of mist to a sea of clouds, suppressing all directions. Chen Zong's figure seemed to be submerged and disappeared into the sea of clouds. Kill, kill, kill! In an instant, an extremely sharp sword light shone in the sea of clouds, like a shooting star chasing the moon, like a white steed flashing through a crack. There was no trace of change, only extreme speed and sharpness turned into the most terrifying killing intent. It was as if nothing in the world could block the sharpness of this sword light. The sword light pierced through the sea of clouds, as if it had torn them apart, and then disappeared into the sea of clouds. Chen Zong stopped waving his sword, and the sea of sword light faded into nothingness. Chen Zong stood in the pavilion, looking at the long straight sword mark on the ground slowly dissipating, and smiled. The Transformation Realm. After watching the arcane art Minggu's Transformation Realm of the 9 Heavenly Spirit Strikes, he was inspired and took the step to cultivate the 9 Heavenly Spirit Strikes to the Transformation Realm, and its power increased greatly. He believed that with the Transformation Realm of the 9 Heavenly Spirit Strikes, he would be able to fight more battles in the Mirage and obtain more battle record. He should continue to improve his combat soldier rank. If he could reach the 9th stage of the combat soldier rank, even if it was just a single win, he would be able to obtain 90 battle record. If he could continue to win, then the battle records would be even more shocking. And when he reached the 9th stage of the combat soldier rank, he would have a chance to become a titled combat soldier. A titled combat soldier was an honor, and at the same time, a titled combat soldier would be able to obtain 100 battle records even if it was just a single win. Then, his next goal was to advance to the 9th stage of the combat soldier rank, and then obtain a title. In addition, he had to pass the 5th and 6th floor of the Heaven and Earth Battle Tower. As long as he could pass the 6th floor, he would be promoted to a superior genius and receive better treatment. Improve. Here, he had to do his best to improve himself and increase his foundation. After returning to his original body, he might not be able to bring back his strength, but the accumulation and foundation would still be there, which would allow his original body to break through. Moreover, coming to the Eternal Battle Fort was definitely not that simple. It was just accumulation, and there must be other benefits. It was just that his current level was too low to know. But it didn't matter. As long as he maintained a courageous attitude and continued to improve, there would definitely be a time when he would know. After breaking through to the transformation realm of the 9 Heavenly Spirit Strikes, Chen Zong first cultivated for a while to consolidate his foundation. Then, he began to cultivate the Heavenly Spirit Illusion Body Art. He wanted to see if he could find an opportunity to break through to the transformation realm of the Heavenly Spirit Illusion Body Art as well. However, the transformation realm of the martial arts wasn't that easy to reach. After cultivating for a while, Chen Zong didn't find any opportunity. Chen Zong didn't feel disappointed. The transformation realm of the martial arts wasn't that easy to reach. So, next, he would first leave behind a cultivation video of his transformation realm of the 9 Heavenly Spirit Strikes and guide others on how to comprehend and cultivate it. Of course, he wouldn't leave behind the most essential parts. After all, it was just a guide, just like the ancient profound art. When the time came, perhaps someone would buy it, and he would be able to obtain battle records. Chapter 1748. Author's Note: If I can't take it anymore, I'll go back to normal tomorrow. The sea of clouds was turbulent, and the waves were strange. Two figures were crisscrossing and tearing at each other. 9 Heavenly Spirit Strikes. Stage of Transformation. Countless sword lights were displayed, tearing everything in all directions. They turned into waves of sword energy that surged violently and merged into the sea of clouds, engulfing the two figures completely. One of them was Chen Zong, and the other was Chen Zong's opponent, a strong opponent who was at the 7th stage of the martial soldier level. This battle was Chen Zong's attempt at 30 consecutive victories. It was extremely difficult. Any martial soldier who had reached the 7th stage had extremely terrifying strength. They were unfathomable and extremely frightening. After all, in order to reach the 7th stage of the martial soldier level, one had to go through many life and death battles and experience countless victories and defeat. One had to continuously obtain victories and exchange them to improve oneself. Therefore, the weapons used by the 7th stage of the martial soldier level were at least of the middle grade. They even practiced martial arts that were more advanced than basic martial art. Chunzong didn't achieve 29 consecutive victories in one go. After 20 consecutive victories, he tried to reach an even higher winning streak. However, he was defeated, so he had to accumulate from one consecutive victory. The current battle environment was filled with clouds and mist. While it was suitable for the opponent, it was also suitable for Chunzong. When the 9 heavenly spirit strikes of the stage of transformation was performed, the sword light immediately turned the surroundings into a sea of clouds. Within the sea of clouds, everything was sensed by Chunzong. It was as if it had become his domain. Kill. He gathered all the strength in his body and infused the heaven and earth true Kong into his long sword. He attacked with the sword. This sword was a killing move. It was merciless and unstoppable. It turned into the sharpest sword light in the world, tearing the heaven and earth apart as it shot out in a straight line. It was like a divine thunder of light that tore through the dark void. It was indestructible. The sea of clouds formed by the sword light was the first half of Chunzong's 9 heavenly spirit strikes of the stage of transformation. This killing move was the second half of the move. The first half of the move was a move to confuse the enemy and blind their 5 senses. The second half of the move was a killing move. When the sword attacked, it would press forward and never look back. It would only lead to death. This was an extreme sword. The opponent's hair stood on end. Even though the fog was beneficial to him, it had become a restriction at this very moment. In the face of Chunzong's extremely terrifying sword light, there was no way for him to dodge at all. He only felt that all the sword light around him seemed to be oppressing him, making it difficult for him to move. The sword light shot out, instantly piercing through everything. Kill. Chunzong heaved a sigh of relief when he saw his opponent fall to the ground. This sword strike had exhausted all of his heaven and earth astral energy. If he was unable to kill the other party, his strength would drop drastically and he would be killed by the other party instead. It was very dangerous. Fortunately, he had finally won. Phase 5 fighter Chunzong has obtained 30 consecutive victories. The low and deep voice sounded again. It was astonishingly forceful as it spread out in a large area. Even more people heard it and were incredibly shocked. Who is this Chunzong? He actually achieved 30 consecutive victories in such a short time. Unbelievable. He has already achieved 30 consecutive victories? It's time to report it to the Palace Master. After the experts who were secretly observing Chunzong received the news, they recalled the time when he had achieved 20 consecutive victories and were stunned. They immediately reacted and reported the news to the Heaven Execution Palace Master. 30 consecutive victories. A cold voice sounded. The Heaven Execution Palace Master was secretly surprised. To her, 30 consecutive victories was indeed nothing. After all, she had achieved more than 90 consecutive victories in the past. But then again, in the entire Eternal Battle Fort, those who could achieve 30 consecutive victories could already be considered as true elite. It should be known that anyone from the Eternal Battle Fort could be considered as a top genius in any world. If they were elites, they would be even more shocking and unimaginable. Therefore, only 30 consecutive victories were qualified to attract her attention. Of course, it was also because Chunzong's background was not high and his evaluation was very low. However, he was able to achieve 30 consecutive victories in such a short time. This was something that many intermediate or even high-level geniuses could not achieve. Such a huge contrast made her pay more attention to him. Perhaps, he is somewhat qualified to receive an in-depth evaluation. The Heaven Execution Palace Master thought to himself. In the end, he decided to wait and see. He wanted to see if Chunzong could maintain such a state of improvement or slow down. If he could continue to improve, it meant that his potential was not limited to this. However, if he slowed down, it also meant that his potential was limited. After 30 consecutive victories, Chernzong ended the battle and left the ethereal world. This battle was very difficult. He almost lost and had to start all over again. However, this battle also allowed Chernzong to see a martial art that was more advanced than the 9 heavenly spirit strikes. Chernzong was very tempted. Unfortunately, a martial art that was more advanced than the 9 heavenly spirit strikes could only be exchanged for at least 10,000 victories. He did not have that many victories now. Next, it was time to comprehend the battle and cultivate the 4th level of the heaven and earth divine art. After cultivating for so long, Chernzong had successfully integrated 30% of the heaven and earth divine art. His strength had become stronger. Time flew. From time to time, Chernzong would enter the ethereal world to fight and obtain victories. Unfortunately, the highest winning streak was only 39. When he wanted to reach 40 victories, the opponent he encountered was an 8th stage martial soldier. He was very powerful and could not be matched. Chernzong's martial soldier rank rose to the 6th stage. He continued to fight. When he integrated 40% of the heaven and earth divine art, he could challenge the heavenly battle tower again. Without hesitation, Chernzong began to challenge the tower. From the 1st level to the 4th level, Chernzong easily passed through them. Now, he began to challenge the 5th floor. The difficulty of the 5th floor was naturally higher than the 4th floor. There were 2 opponents. Their individual strength was stronger than that of the 4th floor. When the 2 of them worked together, their strength was multiplied. Of the 2 opponents, one was wearing a white robe and had a slender figure. It was as if there were clouds and mist around him. When he moved, his figure became more agile and unpredictable, making it harder for others to catch him. He held a long sword in his hand. The moves he used were the Heavenly Spirit 9 strikes and the Heavenly Spirit illusion. The other opponent was wearing a black robe. He was tall and sturdy. Lines spread out on his robe, giving off a vigorous and heavy aura. With a long saber in his hand, he was very domineering. Every step he took felt like a hill was moving. The moves he used were the Earth Elemental Strike and the Earth Elemental Stomp. One was light and the other was heavy. One was firm and fierce and the other was gentle. The 2 of them worked together to bring about a greater threat. For a moment, Chernzong was trapped in a bitter battle. If he had just passed the 4th floor and tried to challenge the 5th floor, he would have no chance of winning. He might not even be able to withstand 3 moves before being killed. However, it was different now. His strength had improved a lot during this period. Even if he faced 2 strong opponents together, he was not afraid at all. After a fierce battle, Chernzong got used to the 2's attacks and slowly took control of the rhythm. Suddenly, he took a step forward. Under the Earth Elemental Stomp, the 2's bodies shook slightly. Seizing the moment, Chernzong used the Heavenly Spirit 9 strike. The sword light spread out and blew. Earth Elemental Stomp. The Earth Elemental Stomp was included in the Heavenly Spirit 9 strike. This was the experience he gained from fighting with these 2. It was unexpected and caught them off guard. One of them was killed in an instant. After one was killed, the remaining one was less of a threat to Chernzong. However, he was killed again in 2 moves. The 5th floor passed. After passing the 5th floor, Chernzong immediately received 20,000 battle points and an extra reward. This time, the extra reward was the 4th level of Heaven and Earth Elemental Stomp. Chernzong could not help but be stunned. He had already mastered the 4th level of Heaven and Earth Elemental Stomp. As if detecting that Chernzong had mastered the 4th level of Heaven and Earth Elemental Stomp, a voice asked Chernzong if he wanted to exchange the 4th level of Heaven and Earth Elemental Stomp for battle points. Chernzong naturally agreed without hesitation. 10,000 battle points. In this way, Chernzong's battle points were as much as 30,000. The 6th floor. Chernzong's eyes lit up. If he passed the 6th floor, he could be promoted to a high-level genius and enjoy better treatment. Chernzong did not know that the temple master of the initial temple had announced that if Chernzong passed the 6th floor and entered the 7th floor within a year, he would apply for an in-depth examination. This would be another opportunity. After recovering his strength, Chernzong stepped into the 6th floor. Like the afterglow of the setting sun, Chernzong looked from afar and saw smoke everywhere, as if the city was burning. This was a dilapidated city, which seemed to have been conquered not long ago. Standing on the city wall, Chernzong could clearly feel the smell of blood and killing in the air. It seemed that a massacre had happened here not long ago. Looking into the distance, he could see the burning fire and smoke, the broken walls, and the bodies with their stomachs pierced and hanging on the corners of the eaves. It was a ghastly sight. Chernzong's heart sank. What was this place? The 6th floor of the Heaven-Earth Battle Tower? Who was his enemy? With a light leap, Chernzong landed on the city wall. His footsteps were light and silent. Then, as if he had turned into a cloud of smoke, he floated forward silently. Several bodies were lying on the ground. Chernzong glanced at them and saw the wounds. His pupils shrank. Those wounds did not seem to be caused by weapons, but by claws. It was as if the claws of a monster had torn them apart. The internal organs and blood flowed all over the ground, filling the air with the pungent smell of blood. On the city wall not far away, there were also terrifying claw marks several meters long, which had torn the city wall apart and almost penetrated it. The aura that emanated from the claw marks was extremely ferocious and vaguely familiar. Chernzong's eyes suddenly focused. He thought of the many powerful monsters he had killed in the past. The Void Demon. Was it really the Void Demon? Or was it just a similar existence? Chernzong was not sure. After all, his knowledge of the Void Demon only existed at the level of the Tianyuan sacred region. If he could see the Void Demon in the Eternal Battle Fort, it could only mean one thing. The Void Demon was not that simple. Collecting his thoughts, Chernzong became more vigilant. Regardless of whether it was a void fiend or not, the 6th floor was not simple. If he was not careful enough, he might be injured or even killed. It would be very difficult to pass the 6th floor. Chernzong slowed down his footstep. He was very light and did not make any sound. As he moved forward, he kept seeing torn bodies. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.